Howdy, nerds. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to what I hope will be the Psychonauts finale. Fingers crossed. We'll see. I'm gonna try. I get started before midnight at least. That's... I've just been dragging ass for, I feel like weeks at this point. I don't ever remember any time in my life when my seasonal allergies were this bad. They've only ever even been truly notable since I moved back here. And at no time before then. So, like, I'm having to, like, develop coping strategies for the kind of severe allergies fucking in my 30s. Just because that's how this goes sometimes. Like, I've always been around people who were this affected by seasonal allergies and pitied them, really. It just looks miserable. Because it is. So, yeah. That's a big part of the reason I've not been streaming for a couple weeks here. Just haven't really felt like it. Don't feel well. And I don't feel, like, fucking great tonight, certainly, but this is a good night for me to do this, and it needs to get did. So, that's what's up. And we're gonna talk a little bit about a bunch of drugs. And I do mean that fairly literally. I'm gonna try to limit myself very strictly to just saying a little bit of shit about each of the remaining classes of drugs we have to cover, because I don't really know that much about any of these. It's unlikely that people have generally had experience with these things, such that there's like a cultural reputation to discuss or something like that. I guess there is with like psychedelics, but dissociatives, not really. You know, jokes about kids drinking cough syrup, I guess. That's... But I feel like Whippets, that's a niche joke. If you're trying to crack jokes about that. Ayo, okay, so let me get the game open before I continue to rant. Before I start talking about drugs, though, I wanted to ask Alex. He told me he had been woodworking, and I want to know what he's working wood into. Oh, I need to unmute this. Hold on. Man, we're always just tits deep into the menu music. Please. It's so much. God. Calm down. Why is it not? I am pressing A. I am absolutely very much pressing A. What's going on? Okay. I unplugged the controller and plugged it back in. I guess we're good. Really, if I were smart, I would have just gotten to this screen and then muted it, so I wasn't so fucking startled by the menu music, because this stuff stays chill, I think. So I am pretty darn sure there are only two areas left. Is it the asylum? I think? No. I mean, there's probably not a meaningful difference between... Those are literally 2 seconds apart. I mean... Okay. Oh, I just saved once I landed, I guess. How do I get that burb? Like, there's something I could do there. I have to, like,
dead fish you're eating there?
I have to relearn how to play this game now. Like,
Is
entirely.
That a dead fish you're eating there? Ha!
What do all my buttons do? I'm trying to get literally any menu open. Okay. This wasn't the one I wanted, though. No, no, fuck! Yeah, okay. Yeah, I really can't quit playing a game for several weeks like that. I know what happens. I know what happens. It's fucking, yeah, that one. I'm gonna try and grab a burb. Can I... The burb was what was glowing, so I'm gonna try and grab... Do I eat the burb?
No offense, but you guys smell like garbage. No offense, but you guys smell like garbage.
I've not gathered what I'm supposed to do with burb. I've not figured that out. Is there even a scavenger hunt item that would correspond to burb? I think I might have already gotten it. Whatever it is. I can't really make out what those other things are. I think that one in the middle might be a telescope or something. Okay. Computer started making a weird noise. Which, you know, it makes a lot of weird noises, but it made a new one. Which is always disconcerting. But it stopped. Mysteriously. Okay, I'm pretty sure I remember being, like, good to go on... Yeah, I got a bunch of dream fluff. I'm pretty sure I did all my level gaining stuff. So we gotta go back to the island. I don't know where Alex went, but when he gets back, I'm gonna ask him about what the hell he making out of wood. Yeah. I've never done any woodworking or worked with wood at all, really.
Prepare yourself for passage, human child.
Maybe in an art class or something. I do have memories of, like, carving into both wood and leather, I think, to, like, make either stamps or something else. So. I'm taking cough syrup right the fuck now. I wasn't coughing all day. Are we really gonna start now? Fuck, man. If I'd been coughing all day, I probably wouldn't be doing this. Where the hell did I put that cough syrup? Okay. Bro, they be trying to sneak Mucinex into all the cough syrup now. It's stressful. What's that shit called? Guaifenicin, I think. That shit upsets my stomach. Like, consistently. I don't know why. They just be putting in all sorts of shit now. I think, I don't know if it's the drug or the drug working too well, because it's supposed to just, like it fucks with your drainage, right? And if you get too much of that going into your stomach, it can upset your stomach. So, I don't know, but I prefer the drying decongestants. Like, I take Sudafed. I pretty much chain it during this time of the year. Just like every 4 or 5 hours on the dot, I'm taking more of that shit. It's not always that bad, but some days, yeah, man, I can feel it wear off. It sucks. God. I need more water too, hold on. Yeah, like, a lot of people, their chief complaint about Adderall in particular is that coming off of it is very hard. Like, when it wears off, it's really unpleasant. I don't generally find that's true for me. But yeah, that Sudafed in the middle of fucking pollen madness, I could feel that shit wear off. Oh, God. It's been awful. I think it's starting to get better, though. I feel like now I'm just dealing with having been dealing with it. For like 3 weeks, I'm just like exhausted. Or honestly, this shit was fucking peeking through in like late February, I swear. This has been a while. Like, I don't even have to look at the fucking pollen counts if it's a day that I'm working, because I can gauge how bad it is based on how many people walk up and need to buy some fucking behind-the-counter allergy meds. Like, I'll know. Oh, you were doing the woodworking thing, that's why you couldn't talk. Yeah, I have to imagine it's hard to type and do that at the same time. So what you making? I was just saying, I don't think I've ever done any woodworking, really. As far as the 3D art goes, I've done polymer clay for the most part. I guess isolated other little projects, but nothing I can think of that I didn't have a lot of help for. Like, I couldn't have built that fucking Reddit alien mascot head without my friend Brad. Like, A, I didn't have the power tools, and B, I didn't know how to use them either. And that would have been extraordinarily difficult, if not basically impossible to do without... what do you have? Like a fucking... it was like an electric saw. I don't know. He had a name for it. I don't fucking know a lot about power tools. Not terribly handy. Always been around handy people, but regardless. It was not a circular saw. It was like a band saw, but it was like handheld. It looked like a turkey carver, but like way more serious. Like it was like serrated, and I don't know. It wasn't attached to anything either. It wasn't like mounted to a table or something. Like a... That's a band saw, right? It's like... Yeah. Reciprocating saw? I don't know. I can't remember. I'd have to ask, honestly. What's this guy's name again? I can't remember. I suppose I'll find out when he starts talking. I'm just opening my laptop because it has drug notes on it. I mostly remember what this shit says, but I kind of needed to keep me on track a little bit. Excuse me. So, what did we cover the last time we did this? It was basically just stimulants and depressives, uppers and downers, which included anti-anxiety medications for the most part. Talked about mood stabilizers insofar as that's a useful conversation to have at this point in history. Anyway. So yeah, that's where we're at, and I'll start talking about the other shit after Alex tells me what the fuck he's making out of wood. Okay, what's this? I'm making a reversible wooden panel to cover one of your vent returns in the house. Oh, okay. Does it otherwise not open or close? Not clothes. Close. They sound very similar. Basically, the problem is that in the summer, too much of the cool air from downstairs is getting recirculated, and the upper floor return grill isn't getting enough airflow. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And does the vent not have like a switch on it that opens it or closes it? I remember you telling me you had like a weird vent. Or that one that was just like covered up with a wall and it shouldn't have been. Return grills don't close. Oh, because they're meant to be the only place air comes through, but in your case you have two, one for each floor. Okay, gotcha. So normally this is not something one would need to do, so it doesn't have a switch for it, basically. And you're just having like a balance problem. So gotcha. Well, it sounds like a good thing to start with. Not too simple, not too complicated. I was thinking about getting a piece of wood for something, but I think I might be able to tape together a bunch of cardboard and accomplish the same thing. It doesn't need to do much, so I think it might work. Cause like I'm gonna have to buy a whole piece of wood from like Home Depot, and I don't have anything to do with. I guess I could give it to you since you're woodworking now. Give you fucking reagents. I don't need this shit. I'm like the leftover of some plywood or whatever. Yeah, it's a problem specific to your home, so there's no product that would solve it. I mean, there might be some kind of just like vent cover of this size or whatever, but I mean, if it was something you were getting into anyway, it seems like a great thing to make. Because you can make it like attractive too. You don't have to just be stuck with whatever the fuck will happen to work for your thing. You can make it actually work with your decor and shit. Oh yeah, it's better. Let me know if you want me to paint it or some shit. They're magnetic. I mean, that's kind of cool. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. I think I remember you telling me that vent either did not hold magnets or didn't hold magnets very well. You're in the process of decorating it? Cool. What are you putting on it? Is it like vent themed or is it just cool? I feel like it might be tempting to do something silly and vent related. I've been trying to fuck it. Crispin? His fucking name? What is his fucking name?
Greetings, Dr. Loboto. Up to the secret laboratory, then, is it? One moment. You're not Dr. Loboto. My eyes may be half gone, but I would recognize the Mad Doctor anywhere. He's got that stone-cold face a man doesn't easily forget. He wears a beastly smock, covered in thick straps like an electric chair. And in the place where his hand should be, there's nothing but a gleaming metal claw. So if I'm not mistaken, you're not Dr. Loboto. You don't pay my salary, so kindly back away from my elevator and die. Thank you, sir.
You telling me I need a costume? Man, I gotta know this guy's name. Internet, why aren't you interneting? Yeah, get on the internet that's at my house. What is wrong with you? The modem is right there. I mean, I guess there's... It's an apartment. So there's Wi-Fi, but still, it's the only one I ever connect to. In this vicinity. I want to know this dude's name. It's driving me crazy. Oh, is this all on one page? Oh my goodness. Yo, this walkthrough sucks. Like, real bad. Okay, this looks a little better. I should have noped out of that thing when I saw it was all on one page. That's not manageable. You put some decorative trim around it to have a contrasting color. Good. You're thinking of painting each side differently, possibly with stencils. Oh yeah, I forgot you got those stencils. Possibly making it climate control themed. Like to signify this is how you have it in the summer and this is how you have it in the winter. I like that. That seems good. The decorative trim also doubles as the handles to lift it. That's great. That's fucking neat. I've always found making useful shit gratifying. I seldom get to do it. I'm not that crafty, but I don't know, I've made a lot of aesthetically useful shit. Certainly. Nobody gonna tell me this dude's name. I'm gonna lose my mind. His name is Crispin. Fuck. Like, somebody, just tell me. Why do I have his name in my head? Jesus. Didn't I get an outfit of some kind? Yeah, I have a straitjacket. And didn't he say he had something on his head? Okay. Oh, I have goals here. And what did he say? Something on his head? Can I just hold this up? I guess he doesn't see very well. Thank you, person in chat. Appreciate it. Matomius? I feel like you've been by here before. I'm very allergy-addled today. You'll have to forgive me if I don't remember you. Alright, this is all I needed, right?
Greetings, Dr. Labotta. Good to see your face. I see you're wearing your favorite jacket. One moment. If you're Dr. Labotta, did you have a human hand reattached to your arm? Or you inmates are getting ever more clever, but you still can't fool old Crispin Whitehead. I'm an orderly, you know. I am not an imposter.
Does he have a
good day?
Something else as a hand? What else does he have for... Oh, can I use this?
Greetings, Dr. Labotta. Good to see your face. I see you're wearing your favorite jacket. If I may say so, your claw is looking especially menacing today. Up to the secret laboratory then, is it? Taking her up yourself this time, eh, Doctor? Less work for me.
Inmate Whitehead.
Chief Orderly Bonaparte. You're
Armed.
Armed.
Well, here I am. Up in the tower of an abandoned insane asylum. Wearing a straitjacket. Talking to myself. Okay, enough with the disguise. The things I do for Lily's brain. Well, if I'm gonna get to the top of this thing, I'd better start hiking.
Okay. Just hearing Lily reminded me of one of the things I could start with. Antipsychotics. I don't remember how much I talked about them, if at all, really, when I was playing Fallout. I think I just talked about, like, there being a difference between, like, first generation and second generation. Oh, fuck me. Am I confused? Yeah, okay. Dang. I need some distance shit. God damn it. Pew pew. And after looking into it a little more, it would seem that I was initially under the impression that the second generation ones were a lot better in terms of side effects and shit. Damn, dude, is it just killing them at all? I thought they had to actually run into you. Alright, fine. It would seem that they're not necessarily better. For some people especially. And for most folks, it's kind of just trading in one set of side effects for another. So, there's a lot of, like, first generation, I think they're typical antipsychotics, that's first generation. There's still a lot of them that are in use today. Because something that struck me in looking at these things is that they don't tend to function very similarly. Like, calling antipsychotic its own class of drugs is almost too vague. Because, yeah, it describes the goal of it, but you look at these drugs and they're doing a lot of different things. I guess if you had the... Oh, hey, I'm right. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to do that.
That'll be smaller.
If I had to name one thing they were generally doing, it's blocking dopamine, which generally seems to reduce symptoms of psychosis. Which psychosis is any manner in which you are not currently experiencing reality as most anyone around you would agree that it exists. So you're hearing shit that's not there, seeing shit that's not there, you know, otherwise experiencing a reality that other healthy people around you would not agree is quite like that. Shit. Damn, dude! There's just... okay. I don't think there's any way around it. Man, I hear it. Can I... Okay. They just erupt into confusion gas, but you don't have to get involved with it. You can do it. That's good. So that's psychosis. So an antipsychotic is any drug that's been found to reduce that in like schizophrenic people, for example. Or there's a number of disorders that have symptoms of psychosis involved with it, potentially. And, yeah, a lot of folks take what are technically antipsychotics that people who may or may not be experiencing, you know, certifiable symptoms of psychosis. Like at the pharmacy, for example, Abilify is a pretty popular drug, and I've noticed that the people that get that are often also getting like Zoloft and other common antidepressants or anxiolytics or whatever. Nothing that would suggest that they're experiencing, you know, intense psychosis, really. It's just, you know, this drug might be doing a combination of things that happens to help them, especially in combination with their other meds. So they added something like Abilify or what the quetiapine. What is that fucking? Is it Seroquel? I got a tab open. Yeah, it's Seroquel. That's technically an antipsychotic. I think a lot of people that take these drugs too don't understand that they're, you know, if you look them up, they're listed as antipsychotics. Because that sounds scary, you know, like saying you're on an antipsychotic drug. I don't blame people for not wanting to like claim that label and be super proud about it. And also, like I said, it's not very useful for like, as a person who studied drugs from a neuro perspective, it's not really useful information to me. I need to know what that drug is doing, you know, neurotransmitter-wise, brain function-wise. What the fuck was that over there? You know, otherwise I can't really tell you what the fuck it's doing to your brain or body or mind or whatever. I seen something up there. Damn, they hurt. Shit. Lily, I hear you. Like, there was a floating pharmacist coming through not too long ago. And one of the other techs had asked what Abilify was. I think it's, what, a piprazole? I'm gonna get hit. Fart. Damn. Aripiprazole? Is that right? Hey, I got it. Yep, that's Abilify. He had asked her, or rather, the tech had asked the pharmacist what that drug did. I think somebody on the phone was asking about it, and he said it was an antidepressant. I was like, I think it's an antipsychotic. that tends to jar the people that just roll through. Like, what the fuck? I don't know a lot. Like, I don't know about a lot of the drugs in the pharmacy, but It's just like a select few. I know what the fuck. And it confuses them into like explain something about my background. Which I end up having to do because like I can't shut up about this shit. Like if somebody in you know my fucking earshot says Abilify is an antidepressant, I feel just duty bound fucking to correct them. I went to school for too many goddamn years. I don't know what to tell you. Like, and it's just kind of nuts to me that this pharmacist probably just thought that this was an antidepressant because he's seen so many prescriptions roll through where this patient was taking Zoloft, you know, a couple other antidepressants or anxiolytics, and Abilify, so he probably just thought, like, oh, this is just an antidepressant. But no, it's technically not. And I don't even know what it fucking does. Hold on. Like I said, these have crazy binding profiles. I feel like they're all different. Which, you know, if a drug was roughly doing the same goddamn thing as another drug, there wouldn't be much reason for it to exist, but this is, it's blocking serotonin, blocking norepinephrine, blocking dopamine, but it's also acting as a partial agonist for some different types of dopamine receptors. Yeah, it's weird. These drugs are all weird. So I think it's part of the reason why, like, I've heard if you're trying to get on an antipsychotic in particular, it is so trial and error, you know, more so than any other mental health drug, new prescription guessing game that you may have experienced in your life. Anytime you're getting on a new drug for a mental illness, it's always like you're rolling the dice a little bit. But antipsychotics in particular, because they're all just so different. It's like, you know, you might... there's fucking 3, at least, SSRIs that I can name off the top of my head that are doing roughly the same thing. You know, like, what, Prozac, Zoloft, and... oh, what's the other one? Fuck. There's another real popular one. It might be an SNRI. Hold on. Yeah, just tell me about some popular ones. Is that not here? Oh, fucking fluoxetine. What the hell's is that Paxil? No, that's Prozac. So then what the fuck? What's escitalopram? Lexapro. Fuck me. Jesus. Sorry. I am, at this point in my life, currently aware of a lot of drugs by generic name only. And if you bring the brand name to me, I'm gonna struggle a little bit. Which I've kind of always been that way to an extent, but I'm way worse now. But I'm trying to make connections between all of the brand names for the psychiatric meds in particular to the generic names so that I can ask people about them and their experiences with this shit, because I've always been interested in that. What's paroxetine? That's Paxil. Okay. Fluvoxamine? What's that? Luvox. I've not really heard of that. I think we have that at the pharmacy, but it's not. We've got like a wall of shit that generally sees a lot of action. They're called fast movers. And it's different what you have up front for each pharmacy because it's based on demand, but the stuff that's up there I'm very, very familiar with. Among those, sertraline, Zoloft, and escitalopram, Lexapro. That's up there. I think that's the only 2 that are up there. Oh no, citalopram is too. That's Celexa. That's an SSRI. So anyway, point being, that's fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different kinds of SSRI that do specifically that. They're selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. You know, you're gonna have slightly different side effects with all of these, and one is probably gonna work better for you than the other. your doctor, depending on who they are and what they want to do, is maybe going to try one over another. But you know what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a drug that's fucking with serotonin, and that's pretty much what's going on. With these antipsychotic drugs, they're doing all sorts of shit. Aside from the general trend of blocking dopamine, they're doing all sorts of shit, each one of them different. So, by virtue of that, it's very, very difficult to find a good antipsychotic for you. Especially since, like I said, not everybody that's taking these things or that would benefit from them is even experiencing psychosis. I would argue that most of the people that take, like, Abilify and Seroquel in particular are probably not experiencing what could be deemed psychosis. Shit. That was the wrong button. How do I fucking float? Will it float? Will it float? Alex ain't know about Will It Float. I don't think Nick knew about that shit either. Am I the only person that watched the fucking David Letterman growing up? He was like the only tolerable late night person for a little while there. I mean, we had Conan, I guess. He was actually pretty good. I cannot figure out how to float. Ah, it's the other trigger button. Fuck. Okay. Got it. Nice. Can I not punch?
Man, something that ugly really should be burned.
Okay, now I can punch? What game was that? God damn it. Whoa, dude! Okay, it's both poisonous and confusing. Fucking... God damn it. I mean, granted, I don't know people's business. Maybe they are experiencing some symptoms of psychosis. I just know how common psychosis is, like, statistically, so... If everybody that was coming through the pharmacy getting Abilify or Seroquel was experiencing, like, meaningful psychosis, then I would be very surprised. Also, like, I remember... Can I burn this? Let's see. Doesn't look like it. Can I break these windows? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Can you stop with the panting? It's weird. I didn't get any, like, different abilities. No, I really didn't. Can I go back in and up? I think I... Just... Bro... Fuck rats, dude. Alright, I got more shit to talk about. I gotta move on. So that's antipsychotics. Like I said, it's really just a... Really, it's kind of like mood stabilizer in that it's, you know, a drug category, like a class entirely defined by the effect it's intended to have on a person rather than, you know, neurologically what it's doing so much.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, what's next here? Oh, cannabis. Let's talk about fucking can't. I mean, what do I need to say about weed? Everybody knows about. Oh wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of rats. That's a lot. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wow. There's plenty of information out there about weed. I'm sure everybody that may be listening to this at any point is probably familiar with it personally at some point. I don't know a lot of people who haven't at least been high once, but a couple. I do know plenty of people who just aren't into it, and like I get that for sure. So, I guess just briefly how it works. You haven't? Yeah? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I didn't do that shit till my, like, mid-20s, I think. I think I was, like, 23 or 24 when I first did that. It was fucking rad, actually. I had been questioning a lot of things in my life. Been doing some reading, you know, early adulthood shit, and what the hell did I read? It was like fucking, oh, I think it was a Dawkins book. I read the Selfish Gene, and that's arguably the book that made me an atheist, and I was just thinking about, like, what are all the things I do or don't do because I thought there might have been a God. And among those things were drug-related stuff. I had some, like, I guess kind of spiritual issues around that. Additionally, I have a very long family history on both sides of various sorts of addictions, so I try to watch myself, you know? 29? Okay, that's actually noteworthy for sure. You damn near got through your whole 20s. Ain't done no weed. Where are you at? Again, if you don't mind me asking, I'm not trying to be creepy, I'm just curious. How do I fucking, yeah, because I'm not, okay, apparently that's not gonna do me any good. So if I can, like, snipe them from a distance, they aren't quite so horrible. Oh, isn't that shit, like, pretty illegal in most of Europe, with the exception of, like, I guess, fucking Amsterdam and some other places? I know it's, like, hella illegal in Britain for whatever goddamn reason. Or is it Ireland, actually? I don't know if they have the same drug laws. But regardless, it's, you know, I mean, yeah, it's illegal here too. I never do that. I am a law-abiding citizen who never does any bad things. Anyway. So, cannabis has cannabinoids. This is seriously probably shit most people know at this point. The two main ones, that people talk about anyway are, CBD and THC. Fucking tetrahydrocannabinol, and I can't fucking remember what CBD stands for, and I don't know if that's really you can look this up. This is not one of the ones I fucking read about before I decided to start talking about it. It's, you know, in my brain. Can I like no music here. It's very eerie. Most of that should be illegal? Okay. Why? And what do you mean that? You mean like all mind-altering substances, or just weed in particular, or whoa, hey, I fucking definitely already killed y'all. What? God damn it. He's gonna kill me. God damn you, rat. I'm always interested in the rationale of the all drugs should be illegal, folks. Oh, you're just saying it probably is illegal there. Okay. Gotcha. I took the should as like an ethical stance. Like a prescriptive claim, as you would. Yeah, I meant as should as in probability, not morality. Correct. I'm always prepared, man. I'm always prepared, like, when I'm talking about this shit, for somebody to pop in and be like, no, all drugs are bad, okay? Don't do drugs ever. So, I'm sorry for lumping you in there with those folks. And unless you are still, I mean, you wouldn't have corrected it, I imagine, if you did feel that way. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. So, you make your own cannabinoids? You have like an endogenous cannabinoid system that makes this shit. Yo, come on, grab the ledge, my dude. Okay, this is a... Dude, that's like it's been... I'm gonna have to get more dream fluff. Outrageous. Can I just shoot that brain? Like, man, fuck you! Hateful. Fucking rat. Can I, like... How do I fucking get up there? Anyway, you have cannabinoid receptors in your body because you also make these things. So you have your own endogenous cannabinoids. Endogenous just means you make it. It's in you. Okay. Still don't think I'm gonna make that. You recommend completing this part before instead of wasting dream fluffs here? I mean, I can't help when I use them. It just happens when I die. Joe, god damn it, dude. Could I please just get the brain? Driving me batshit. What else is there to know about weed? Oh, if you have a stoner friend who is experiencing a mysterious medical ailment involving them vomiting a whole hell of a lot and being in just horrible, excruciating stomach pain, you need to tell them to look up a thing called cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. Shit is real, it is fucked up, and I used to say I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but I don't know. There's a couple people I wouldn't mind that happening to, but let's say it's real bad. Certainly way beyond any sort of consequence one would expect from the smoke of weed. Because that's not how you get there. If I'm being perfectly fucking honest, you do it from doing it way too much. So it's like I said, they gotta be really at it to have this particular problem. Yeah, that shit's like, I don't even want to talk about it. It's so awful. Like, I got trauma, dude. Like, I don't want to fucking talk about it. It's so bad. Like, I've had an ulcer. That shit's worse. Just don't get more for this part? I mean, I got plenty of money. I feel like I remember being stuck specifically here before. Like... Can I get on the... Okay... No, please. What do I fucking do here? I don't understand. There is no rhyme or reason to this goddamn place. Can I do this? I didn't think I could stand on that. Okay, I was making that too hard on myself. I'm about to have an aneurysm. I could feel it in my brain pockets. Please, just Lily, shut up. It's weird. It's super weird. Like, please. Please, no, God. Jesus fucking Christ. Just waiting for me. They're just waiting to fuck me up. Oh, I just could have done that the whole time, I guess. So, like, are they just gonna make this fucking impossible to get? Please. Christ.
Yo, Quentin. Good to see your brain.
I really hope it was worth it. Fucking God. Have a good time at work. Thank you for the luck. I get the idea I might need it. I think if I fall off of this, I'm gonna die. So I'm gonna not do that. Alright, what else do I need to say about weed? I think that's basically it. Honestly, the only novel information there for a lot of people is maybe just the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. The CHS, if that's a little easier to remember. There's some other acronyms that go by that name, but there's a subreddit for it. Hear a bunch of other stoners complaining about how horrible it is. Yeah, boy howdy, it sucks. Fuck. And it's novel shit too. Like, I think it's maybe there's been research papers gesturing in the direction of the existence of this since like the 90s, but it's kind of just new since we've had all these ultra potent cannabis products available. Because people are just getting more of this stuff into their system at once than they ever had before, so suddenly people are showing up to hospitals thinking they're fucking dying, because, yeah, take it from me, you feel like you're dying. Like, I really can't undersell how bad this is. Like, and it's honestly just like, or oversell rather. I was like, wait, that wasn't right. Like, I can't oversell how bad this is. And really, it's not just the pain, it's the nausea and just the constant vomiting. And that's actually why it's dangerous, too. That's the other thing. Like, I'm laughing about it, again, because trauma, but it really is actually dangerous. It has killed some people, because it fucks with your fluids, like, a lot. You have to get IV fluids when this happens to you. There's not really any way around it, especially if your only source of relief is hot baths or showers, which, for whatever reason, this particular problem, the pain and discomfort associated with it, is alleviated by hot baths and showers. Which is, yeah, if that, especially if your stoner friend is having some kind of vomity stomach pain problem that is alleviated by hot showers, there's no fucking way in hell they don't have this exact problem. Yeah, which, unfortunately, at that point, you can't do anything about it. You gotta ride it out, make sure they get fluid, and, yeah, it sucks. It hadn't happened to me for about a year, so it would seem I've figured out my relationship with that drug, but I think I've been through that, like, at least 3 times. Probably more and not knowing what it is. I'm not sure. But because it was also just, like, indistinguishable from, like, for example, the problem I was having with the ulcer that was also leading me to vomit and have a lot of stomach pain. I didn't know about this until, a few years ago. And, yeah, like, a couple times ago when it happened, I thought it was, like, food poisoning, because it had been a couple years since the first time. And I'd figured out that's what it was, but anyway. Point being, that's probably the most important thing I'll tell you about weed, for sure. Is that rarely, but more commonly than ever, people are coming in with this wild-ass problem. Because they have seriously overindulged. Yeah. I can't say that I ever really arrived there at a good, positive place in my life, like, doing that, so if they're doing that much, there's probably some other problems you need to address with them, but this is not a therapy stream, it's just regular pharmacology stream, so we'll carry on from that. It's just, yeah, I mean, that's one reason I don't fuck around with, like, concentrates and whatnot. Because, like, I'm not trying to exacerbate whatever potential I have to develop this issue. Just, there's no, like, I hate these rats. There's no music here either. It's really unnerving. Like, is this the whole level? Just me chasing around who I think is Lily? Is she up here? I thought she was in the meat circus. Also, did I see another brain? Stop doing that. It's weird. God. Fuck it. Stop. Stop it. Can I... Oh, shit. Like, put this pole conveniently right where the fuck I need to look. Okay. That doesn't look like I can make that. Oh, you can climb it. Okay. There's a brain. like I'm approaching the top, at least. But please, for the love of God, shut up. Ah, fuck. Nope. I swear to God. I wanna fucking start talking about another class of drug, but I'm getting drop down, grab, ledge. I guess you can't stand on that unless it's got, but I'm standing on this one. Look at me do it. Look at me do it. I just got the brain over here. God damn it. I remember disliking this level a lot. I would just like to get it over with. I'm about to die. Like, I'm about to start losing actual lives. Did I just turn myself invisible? Oh, I guess they don't attack me when I'm invisible? But I don't have invisibility equipped. I guess I should? God. Did I really talk about antidepressants last time? I mean, I guess I kind of just... that's another class of drug that's, you know, defined based on what it does. I mean... I guess drugs have different classifications depending on who's asking and who you're talking to. So, like, if a neuroscientist asks you what Zoloft is, they want to know that it's an SSRI. But if a psychiatrist asks you what Zoloft is, they want to hear that it's an antidepressant. They should probably both know what the hell it does and what it's for, but regardless, one is more concerned with one than the other. It is sometimes weird knowing a lot about this shit at work, because it is literally illegal for me to fucking counsel people about drugs. I'm not allowed to do it. I take it seriously too, because if I get caught doing that, or God forbid I do it and it goes poorly, that's a lot of people's asses. It's not just me. Like, if it was just me and I would just get fired, I would honestly probably wing it sometimes, but... Because sometimes it's just dumb, and it feels dumb, and everybody knows it's dumb, but it's just the rules. But how the fuck do I get over there? Can I float? That's weird. Okay, how the fuck? Is that a brain up there? Damn it! Gonna die. Gonna fucking die.
Yay! Woohoo! Crystal's brain. Let's hear it for thinking.
Let's hear it for thinking. So yeah, even if I know the answer to somebody's question, I cannot fucking answer it for them because, like, by law. So, it sometimes leads to just some sort of silly situations that I try to avoid. Like, I don't even let people ask me questions because I get too tempted to answer them. So if I know somebody has a question, I'll just immediately get the pharmacist because I'm not supposed to answer it anyway. I don't want to hear him out and be tempted to do it. Sometimes with the over-the-counter stuff, that's fine, you know, but if it's like, if it gets to the point where it's like, they're asking, oh no. Okay, I guess I got a card out of it, but that was a lot of falling I just did. God damn it. Let's hope this gets me back up a good bit. I think I remember where this was. Oh, they're gonna make me do the wall again. Huh. Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Okay. So, like, the other day, this dude, he had just started taking 5 ants. And he had a question about it. And he just kind of started asking it. I had been talking to him about ADHD shit, and I think he might have thought I had more training than I did, which is fair. Like, but I think that was my last dream fluff.
Oh.
So I had to tell him, like, yes, I could answer your question. It was some just very mundane question that anybody who just started taking this kind of drug would have. And I very easily could have answered it for him. And unfortunately, the fucking pharmacist was on the phone. So, you know, you got the situation where I could competently answer this dude's question, but because of the dynamics of things, it's just not it's something that I can do. Which, you know, it's lame, but the thing is, like, for the training I had to get to do that job, no, I should not be qualified to do that. And that's fine by me. So, okay, I've finally gotten back to where I fucking was before. I'm gonna strategize a little bit. How the fuck am I supposed to... Because that's a whole level. If I can get over there to that thing, that's a whole level. Let me fucking finish what I was saying. So, I try not to be obnoxious at work just because I fucking know more than a pharmacist about a particular drug. It's really not fair. They know so much more than me about drugs, and I really try not to be, like, a cocky little shit. And it's really very seldom that, like, I happen to know that Abilify is technically classified as a fucking antipsychotic and not an antidepressant. It's very rare that I can, like, correct somebody on some. Like, they generally know their shit. It's just they didn't specialize in any given sort of drug for the most part. They have to know everything about all of them, or at least a little bit about all of them, such that they can take care of people. It's yeah, a very specialized set of knowledge. But I do genuinely enjoy talking about this shit, so it's just kind of funny to, like, see pharmacists just, like, slowly realize I know what I'm talking about selectively. Because it definitely confuses people, because I'll just be, like, you know, talking about whatever psychoactive drug, knowing a lot about that, and then I'll have to ask, like, fuck, what's rosuvastatin again? Is that fucking Lipitor? I can't remember. Like, you should know that if you're a pharmacy person, but I just have this, like, fairly narrow set of knowledge when it comes to brain shit and psychoactive shit. So it's just, it's bizarre. It's not like, I don't strike them as, like, somebody who's, like, interning in pharmacy, you know? I think that's maybe what's confusing about it, because you got a lot of people who are, like, fixing to be pharmacists, you know, someday, who are real eager beavers and want to fucking chime in at work and talk to the pharmacist about drugs and shit, because they're eventually going to do this for a living. I don't come off as one of those, I guess. Oh, can Can I burn the door? Or the chair? Can I do it from the window?
Scram!
Can I telekinesis it? Hey, cool. I don't think that's Lily, actually. Oh wait, Lobato has her captive, right? I can't remember. I think that's what was happening with her last. Man, I should probably go get some more dream fluff, dude. Like, how do I get in there? Yeah, I guess I'm just a weird presence to have in a pharmacy. Okay, I get it. You don't want to deal with me. Got it. Okay, there's a hole in there. That's probably how I get in there. So, yeah, antidepressants can do any number of things in your brain. Generally speaking, though, they're gonna be fucking with serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. Which I think those are all monoamine neurotransmitters. Pretty sure. Which it's just speaking of their chemical structure. There are some drugs that target, like all monoamine neurotransmitters have common like synthesis pathways and enzymes that generate them and break them down. So you can fuck with their function and activity by messing with those things that work on all of them. But usually drugs that do that are, they generate a lot of side effects. They make it to where you have to live a fairly cautious life in a number of ways. Like, if you've ever... I think I talked about this when I was playing Fallout, actually. If you've heard the term MAOI, it's one of those, like, background terms that you've probably heard your whole life in different places in different ways, but you never were able to, like, place it or understand exactly what it means. It's something that gets mentioned, like, at the end of drug commercials when the person's talking really fast.
To think that every cell in Nils' brain is dedicated to the ladies.
Like, if you're taking an MAOI, don't take this shit. It could kill you. You know, like that shit. Like, that's... An MAOI is like... And if you look on the back of any... like a ton of different over-the-counter medications, they say like, hey, if you're taking an MAOI, you can't take this. They're very restrictive drugs. And they're like last resort antidepressants. I guess, honestly, antidepressants are best understood in terms of like how much they're fucking with you and how archaic and horrible they are. So like, it would seem everybody at this point starts with an SSRI and they see how that goes, because those tend to have the least number of side effects, least extreme side effects. They're usually pretty mild, especially if you're on a lower dose of these things. And you're just fucking with the one neurotransmitter. So you're not getting any, like, it's, you know, easy to isolate effects when you know you're just fucking with that. Uh-oh.
This is your last warning! Go back down right now or you'll be very, very sorry!
God, her voice is just awful. I should save. I've climbed all the way up here. Holy shit. So, Yeah, SSRIs. There's also SNRIs, which that's serotonin and norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. And then I think, aren't the tricyclics... Are they just called that because of the chemical structure? I thought there was a different reason for that. I guess not. Okay. There's literally like 3 fucking... That's, what, 2 benzene rings and a... Fuck me, I don't know. It's been a while since I took OChem. Long while. Give me the pharmacology, fuck. Yeah, I had a stomach doctor try to prescribe me amitriptyline, I believe it was, yeah. What's the brand name of this? Alavel? Yeah, you probably never heard of that, because people don't take this shit unless they have to. I doled these out at the pharmacy, though. I didn't know all of these were tricyclics. Yeah, we've got amitriptyline. Got doxepin, got imipramine, got nortriptyline. And we probably have several more of these. It's just shit I know off the top of my head that we do have. Yeah, they're fucking with all sorts of stuff. I was just trying to get like a simple, like the psychodynamic shit, but it's not that simple. It looks like it's mostly fucking with serotonin. But, yeah, I guess it goes like SSRIs, SNRIs, general reuptake inhibitors for the monoamine neurotransmitters. You know, different ones, see what's up. There's also a Wellbutrin, that's a norepinephrine and dopamine reuptake inhibitor. I took that for a little while. It's often prescribed in combination with Zoloft or another SSRI because they tend to compensate for each other's side effects. That was a good combo for me when I needed it, certainly. I was initially prescribed Zoloft for anxiety, though, which I would still say that's predominantly what it helped me with. The Wellbutrin was more useful for me for depression because it gives you energy, which is super weird when you have felt dead for a while. Like, I remember the first time I felt Wellbutrin working when I first got it prescribed. It was a pretty high dose, too, because I think I scared the therapist I was seeing a little bit with some of the shit I was saying. I mean, I was distraught. It was the first time I'd been depressed. What the fuck? I might need to be invisible, maybe. So yeah, I was just describing how I was feeling, and I guess she was like, okay, let's get you on some bupropion. This is one that I always read, and it's one that I will usually call by the brand name because A, people recognize it way more. Bupropion. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep calling it Wellbutrin. That's way easier to say. Like, sometimes this shit just rolls off my tongue, and it's really not that big of a deal, but bupropion. Yeah, it's easier for me to say apiprazole. Like, that's a cute drug name. Like, apiprazole is adorable. For sure. So yeah, that fucks with the norepinephrine and dopamine. And it actually made me shake, like noticeably. Which, granted, I'm kind of prone to shaking anyway. I'm kind of a shivery person, generally speaking. It's gotten worse since I've been this thin, unfortunately, but I don't know. I'm sure part of it is just developmental fuckery related. Just don't handle stress very well. I physically bear my stress in a very straightforward way. It goes straight to like muscle tension and stomach aches and you know, bodily shit. Like it's psychosomatic, which I think when people hear that, they think like you're making it up. But that's not what it means. It just means psycho as in referring to your head, and somatic referring to your body. So it's like a brain thing, mind thing causing a body thing. I get a lot of that. And it's not really something I can like therapy out of any more than I already have anyway. So, you know, I try to deal with it with exercise and relaxation things and a few different medications, but not too many. But anyway, point being, Wellbutrin like it shook my ass out of this depressive stupor where it felt like I was walking through wet concrete and the whole world was gray and I was so sad. And I was barely getting anything done, just kind of dragging myself through my days. And yeah, it was really weird. It didn't make me feel like good necessarily, but it did make me feel definitely alive, which was an improvement. So I guess overall, yes, effect good. And thinking about it now, I think I was only taking like 200 milligrams of that shit, which is kind of a middling dose of that. Or was I taking 300 actually? I don't know. It might have been more than that. I can't remember. 300 seems like a lot for me.
I hate that guy.
I hate that guy? Do I have to telekinesis the burb? Do I have to yeet the burb? Yeet. How do I press the button? Or wait, did I sneak past the burp and now I don't have to do that? I don't know.
Worthless! These brains are worthless, Shigar. Just like the one in your head.
No, they're nice. They're nice brains, Dr. Lobato. Really.
They're too nice. They won't fight. I need killers. I need angry brains. I squeeze them, I poke them, I twist them. What do I have to do to make them fight? Maybe I should try my drill.
I'm not gonna bring you any more brains if you're gonna be so mean to them.
No matter what I do?
No matter what.
Not even if I...
Don't!
Not even if I cook you a little...
Doctor, no!
A little turtle soup?
Please, Dr.
Oh, what the fuck?
A nice hot turtle soup. Nothing better on a cold
Man,
night
you're going
like
to
this
hell.
than some
Oh my
boiling
God.
hot soup.
You
You sure?
I mean, yes!
All right, all right. Oh, why don't I just go ahead and heat you up a cup? It's made of turtles! Turtles that you love!
Turtles that you love? Oh my god.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Well, maybe I'll just make some for myself.
Okay. I do love her, even though her voice is...
Mr. Pokylope becomes Mr. Smokylope. Smokylope.
Man, I'm not cool
When
with
you're a
turtle murder
dentist,
at
you have
all.
to learn to have a sense of humor, you know. It helps to calm the patients down.
He looked like the motherfucker from Nightmare Before Christmas. What the hell was his name? I can't remember. Oh no! You got Sasha and Mia, is it? I should save. Man, I really need more dream fluff. This is precarious. Oh, something interesting about Wellbutrin is it sometimes gets prescribed for ADHD, particularly for people who shouldn't take stimulants like Adderall for some reason, or who didn't do well with it, or just trying to get some other way to deal with it. I can't really remember one way or the other if that was helping me with that. I imagine it did, just because it's fucking with a lot of the same stuff. But honestly, I've never taken Wellbutrin outside of windows of time when I was extremely depressed. So I really don't feel like I'm able to gauge how well that was doing for anything else but that at the time. Yeah, so... Alright, I got other shit to move on to here. What's next? Opiates! Cool. Let me see what's going on here. I think we might about to be doing some boss fight action. Oh, I got 2 more levels to gain once I get out of here. And I got hella brains too. Those are also levels. Let's save again. Here's something I want to say before I remember because I forgot to write it down. Difference between... I think all opiates are also opioids because opioid just describes anything that binds to an opioid receptor for the most part. But an opiate in particular has to be derived from opium. And if it's not like a direct product of opium, then it's not an opiate, it's an opioid. Chemically, functionally, otherwise, they're the fucking same. But I just thought that was interesting. I just like...
Aha! What's this? Why, it's a nice little precious juicy brain wrapped up in some sort of boy-shaped gobbledygook. Soon have all that excess tissue removed, and then we can slip that brain into something more comfortable. Shigor! That package General Oleander mentioned has arrived. Please take it up to the holding area and keep it fresh until I'm ready to stick in my thumb and pull out a plum.
I tried to warn you.
I've always been
Listen, the
enamored
man you're
with the
working for
cartoon
is a deranged
insistence that
lunatic.
brains
I know,
can become
and I
goo.
hate him, but if I don't do what he says, you...
Cook your little turtle from the inside out. Shigor, Hostage situations like this are always
Her
extremely
name's
delicate.
Shigor? How
I'll
did
have
I
to
not
extract
remember
Mr.
that?
Pokelope from his
Oh my
prison using my
god.
psychic powers. After which, this Lovato character should be fairly trivial to neutralize.
Yes, because once we get Mr. Pokelope back, he'll tell us what to do.
Mr.
He
Pokelope.
always tells me what to do.
The turtle talks to you?
Yes.
That's of concern.
Sasha,
Okay.
Mia, Lily.
Raz, you came.
Of course I did. We gotta get you out of here.
Look, the coach must have lured Sasha and Mia here on official Psychonauts business and then ambushed them with sneezing powder. They're completely brainless.
I know. I saw their brains downstairs. Listen, first things first. I was thinking about what you said about us making out.
Yeah? Oh man, I'm so glad he showed up. I was just starting to feel slightly less phlegmy. Wait, he didn't just hear. Ah! Get away from me. Stop reading my mind. Go rebrain Sasha and Mia so they can help us bring this up.
Rebrain. I got birthday cake. What the fuck was that?
I'll have to extract Mr. Pokelope from his prison using my psychic powers.
Yes, because once we get Mr. Pokelope back, he'll tell us what to do.
Welcome back to the thinking world, Mikhail.
So, trying to remember. Morphine is an opiate. It's like direct
What can I tell you?
derivative
You were right. The old legends were
opium. Or there's morphine in opium, actually, I think. There's only like 3 opiates. I think it's codeine, morphine, and Thebane? That's like the cousin nobody talks about. I don't really know what Thebane's deal is, but that's one of them. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. And everything else pretty much is an opioid. So like hydrocodone, oxycodone, hydromorphone, oxymorphone. Is that a thing? Probably a thing. Anyway, and I know codeine is like a prodrug of morphine. So like a prodrug is a drug that has to be metabolized before it gets converted into whatever its active form is. So basically, codeine gets metabolized into morphine. So it's functionally the same thing. And this is another thing that you make endogenously, like in your own body. Endorphins, those are... I think that's literally a portmanteau of endogenous and morphine. So those are your endogenous morphine, your endorphins. Those get released when you are in pain. In particular, people like to... eat spicy food, for example. Get some of that going. It's, it could be fun. I'm not really a big, very spicy food person. I eat food that's kind of spicy on a fairly regular basis, such that I'm not a complete wimp, but I don't know. Like, I got a lot of friends that put me to shame. Fucking Nick does at this point, which is just... It didn't used to be like that. I used to be able to handle spicy shit more than him, and I'm arguably the reason he got into that. He was not really huge into spicy food, until he started talking to me. Is that the cause of runner's high? It probably has something to do with it, I have to imagine. It's probably some combination of that and general bodily exhaustion, probably some oxygen shit, for all I know. I didn't say that, no, but probably, I have to imagine. I'm not familiar with it, though. I couldn't tell you for sure. But in terms of natural highs, yeah, endorphins are kind of it for you, for the most part. And yeah, unless you're in pain, you don't go releasing those. Which is good. Because it's, this next part is kind of involved. I'm not going to start on it yet. Hold on.
Aha! What's this? Why, it's a nice braid wrapped in
Wait, we already did this, so wait, I have to get Pokelope. Wait, you just took me the... Okay. Alright, I gotta go extract Pokelope. That is the plan. So, your nervous system as far as, the way you feel goes, like your bodily sensory system, it's divided up into two different pathways, like two systems. You've got the, I guess you could call it the pressure pathway, which tells you, you know, essentially where on your body you're being touched and how hard, but not to the point of causing pain. Once something causes pain, you're dealing with a different pathway. Pain and temperature. Pain and temperature are different nerves from the somatosensory general touch nerves. So, by virtue of that, it is more prone to being fucked with, because it's not something that gets used a lot by your body for one reason or another. I mean, you sense temperature a good bit, but I'm talking about, like, very, very high or very, very low temperatures. That kind of shit. Let me get through this before. So how do I get the turtle? Where is the turtle? Isn't he right there? Can I get him? Yeah.
Mr. Pokelope, if you could move just under that hole there, then I could lift you straight out. Could you do that for me? Huh?
Can I move him? No, I need to
Mr.
move him
Pokelope,
to the left.
If you could move just under that hole there, then I could lift you straight out. Could you do that for me? Huh?
Can I clairvoyance the turtle? Perhaps?
What?
Fuck! I feel like that's what I need to do, but it was not apparent to me. The clairvoyance is very clunky, and I remember it being that way. I really hope that's a little cleaner to use in the next game if they kept that, which I have to imagine they did. It's pretty classic psychic ability.
Yep.
Why is it? Oh, I have cake. Can I put the cake in there? Hey, there we go. Cool. Okay. Did I just trick him? That was kind of shitty, but I suppose that he's been saved. It's okay. So, yeah, the pain and temperature pathway is not as resistant to being tampered with as other pathways. And as a result, when you go fucking with it, the consequences are generally more dire than if you're fucking around with just about any other sort of drug. Because A, it just don't take much to get dependent, i.e. addicted, and B, getting off of this shit is just some of the nastiest withdrawals you're ever gonna have.
Pokelope! Oh, Mr. Pokelope!
She loved her turtle.
Now you're back, Mr. Pokelope, and you'll tell us what to do. Right? You've got a plan or something, right, Mr. Pokelope? Right?
You put a lot of pressure on that turtle.
Daddy's
oh, wow.
here. Everything's gonna be all
Oh,
right.
all right.
Now here's what we're gonna do.
The fuck?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, painkillers are one of those things that, like,
Otto, I have a new brain for you. It's a really, really good one.
That's what you always say, Shigor.
No, this one is really special. It's a fighter.
No, just leave it there, and I'll get to it right after I'm done with this experiment.
Okay.
Don't worry, baby. Just make sure I get put in that old tank, and Daddy will take care of business.
I think the turtle becomes gigantic. I have a memory of that. I'm gonna save. I was saying that painkillers are the sort of thing that when you need them to work, you really do want them to work. Such that it's a very bad idea to use them in any kind of recreational way. Which for the most part, people are not taking any readily available painkillers in a recreational way.
I'll guard your body and we'll get your brain back really
Like they're,
soon.
you know,
It's
fucking
doing you
Tylenol does not have any recreational potential that I'm aware of. You shouldn't. I tell you what, Tylenol kills more people than any other over-the-counter drug. Point blank, period. That shit's actually kind of dangerous. Acetaminophen. Be careful with that stuff. But yeah, people are not taking that to, like, get high. However, there is this stuff called kratom. I've heard people call it kratom. Also, whatever you want to call it. I try not to talk about it too much these days. Ugh. Oh god, I swear to, like, I could just taste it. Like, fuck. It's this plant, and it's definitely got some kind of opioid in it, along with some other shit. Honestly, we don't know enough about this mechanistically, and I wouldn't be comfortable, I wouldn't have ever been comfortable taking it if it hadn't been in heavy use in other cultures for quite some time. Such that if there were any major problems with it, we'd know by now. Kind of had... Wait, so we need to get him into the tank? Oh, that tank. Okay.
Excellent. There it is. Good work, Shigor. Now all we have to do is get it in the brain tank somehow.
I mean, that
Careful
shouldn't be
there now.
hard, right? Yeah.
It's time to make the soup.
What the fuck?
Mr. Pokelope, he's my king. La 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 everything.
Nice and easy.
I can't help but love her. I can't.
Someone's got chocolate bread. Someone does.
But Rasputin, recranialization of an adult brain without surgery is...
That's a very advanced procedure. How did you know how to do it?
Well, I've studied it a little. But Shigor here knows more about handling brains than anyone I've ever met.
Really? You know, I've been thinking about getting a lab assistant.
Shigor, darling, do you know where all of the other children's brains are?
Well, if you can lead us to them, we can bring them back to their owners immediately.
Ahem.
Immediately after we break young Miss Zanado here out of her restraints.
Are y'all just gonna shoot at her? Free Lily! Okay, I guess I just helped. Point of no return. Oh boy, okay. Shit.
Finally! If that thing gave me a cowlick, Coach Oleander.
Should I have gone and bought more
At
Dream
least it
Fluff?
never got inside your brain. It's going to take me weeks to get my rhythm back.
Rasputin, you have surprised us yet again. I cannot thank you enough for what you've done.
Hey, all in a day's work for a psychonaut.
Well, Psy Cadet, you mean.
Hey, the Psychonauts should be so lucky to get someone like Raz. The brain he's got in there
Is 1 in a million. Thanks to all of you for bringing it straight to my door.
Oleander.
You took all my friends' brains. You turned an innocent fish into a giant monster. You stole all the teachers, derailing my education. And you kidnapped my girlfriend.
Rasputin, this fight is too big for you.
Back home, I had to clean up after the elephants. So trust me, I know how to take care of this ugly little pile of...
Kids, let the grown-ups handle this.
You tall people.
You tall people! How did I forget that? That's fucking
Well,
wonderful.
it's official. The genius is back. Time to go get ready for my gallery show. Uh-oh, this looks bad.
Oh no.
Ah, well, that's good. Someone must have turned off the gas long ago.
Oh, here's what my poor flowers need. A little water.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, no.
Oh no, I spilled all my turpentine and acetone.
He's an artist. He might have those things just lying around if he's a painter, I suppose.
Hey, Boyd! Long time no see!
Oh, Mr. Orderly, I did not see you there. I was just taking a little therapeutic walk in the moonlight.
Relax, the asylum's closed. We can all go home.
Leave? Here?
Yeah, this place is for crazy people. And I don't know about you, but I ain't crazy no more.
I have to tell you, I'm feeling pretty good.
You know, maybe it is time for us all to move on.
What do you think, Boyd? You ready to blow this popsicle stand?
Oh boy. What the fuck?
The milkman has completed his route. You guys want to split a cab?
Yo, what the fuck was that? I have not talked about deliriance yet. I'm not sure if I wrote that down. Yeah, that is the spookiest category of
And
psychoactive.
the crib wasn't even that clean. I mean, what do I have to do to get those guys to take me seriously?
When are you going to shut up and kiss me?
I can hear that.
I know.
Surrender. Never!
The Psychonauts have a word for people who turn on their own.
Ha! I don't need the Psychonauts anymore. I'm making my own army. Got a word for that?
Yeah. Gesundheit.
Huh?
Where's my fucking...
Wow.
Sorry, I couldn't find it. He did pocket sand. I had to. This is my most recent hotkey. I went through every sha and I picked out my favorite. Yeah, I'm guessing I can't go back and get more dream fluff now. Well, I wish I'd have known that. I'd have gone back.
Hey, that was my fight. I was ready for that one.
Always in such a rush, Rasputin. It takes years before you're ready for combat of that magnitude.
Well, you'd be surprised, Nine. This one's been acing all my extra credit exams.
I beat the coach once already, and I can do it again.
Darling, that was just a remote projection of the coach. He wasn't as strong as he would be if he were to appear in the real world.
TV?
He sneezed his brain.
Where's his brain?
Oh, probably stuck in one of his plans to take over the world somewhere.
Oh man. Y'all are celebrating too soon. I think his brain is in that tank probably. But then what happened to Pokelope?
Hey, how's the weather down there?
Oh shit.
Ah, finally. Alone at last, eh, Rasputin?
Glad you're finally picking on someone your own size.
Yes, I've been dying for a chance to pick your brain!
Two can play that game.
Yeah, but only one can win.
I'd written down that I wanted to talk about psychedelics and hallucinogens. Deliriants are a type of hallucinogen, but yeah, they were specifically called that to distinguish them from things that put you on a trip that might be more desirable. I'm having trouble thinking of any right now. Isn't that what huffing is? I don't know what the fuck is in Computer Cleaner, but I'm pretty sure. I have no fucking idea how to do all this. I don't remember it all. I have to wait until he, like, raises one? Ow. Oh, here. Ow.
Can't get a good grip.
Okay, they seem to just be perpetually regenerating, so... No, goddammit. Okay, I think I can probably set that on fire. Hold on. Jesus. Okay. Please? There. Scopolamine, yeah, that's one. What? I fucking hit my shield button. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Right side run button. Oh, come on, you don't make me do that. Ooh, already hitting him. Okay, good. And diphenhydramine at extreme doses, you're shitting me. That's Benadryl, kids. What the fuck? Damn, I didn't think that, I mean, not surprised, I guess? I guess I just assumed if you took a bunch of Benadryl, it would just put you to sleep. But I guess if you stay awake... Shit. So, deliriants are, like, roughly what they sound like. They cause delirium. You know, fucking insanity, basically. Yeah, like, what is delirium even defined as here? It's kind of defining it as sort of this gradual mental decline, not so much, I guess deliriants are things that induce this, like, the feeling of this decline that you would otherwise have to experience over years. Fuck, man. The term generally refers to anticholinergic drugs, which are substances that inhibit the function of neurotransmitter acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is generally found at your neuromuscular junctions, so the point at which your nerves tell your muscles what to do. That's usually acetylcholine actually sending that signal. So, something that fucks with that is going to be doing a lot of body stuff. And just generally fucking with you a lot. You have acetylcholine receptors in your brain as well, I'm pretty sure. Last I checked. But they're, you know, unique in that I believe they're the only neurotransmitter neuromuscular junctions. But yeah, it's fucked up. Characterized by stupor, agitation, confusion, confabulation. That's like a special kind of making shit up. Oh. Dysphoria, memory deficits, incoherency of thoughts, akathisia? Inner restlessness, realistic visual hallucinations or illusions, so like you really think shit's there. Regression to phantom behaviors such as disrobing and plucking? Like plucking out your hair? Jesus shit. Yeah, I have no interest in trying these as much as I'm novelty seeking and generally interested in trying things. No thank you. I'm good on deliriants. I've got my limits. Things I want to try. Is acetylcholine the most abundant neurotransmitter? I would assume so, but I'm not sure. I'd either put it at that or serotonin. Let's see. This sounds like something you should be able to Google. Oh no, fucking glutamate, of course. Of course. Glutamate is your general purpose excitatory neurotransmitter, so there's a shit lot of it. It's just telling shit to work a little bit all the time. Makes sense. But yeah, you got a hell of a lot of acetylcholine too, for sure. I'm in the middle of a boss fight, aren't I? Get to the brain tank and disarm the tank for good. Okay. Oh, you have to do this again, basically. Okay.
Can't get a good grip.
I unshielded at the wrong time. Very obnoxious. Come on. There we go. Got one. cool building. Man! You just gotta keep holding it, I guess. Fucked up. Tempted to save. Just do this. Just so low on health. Oh my god.
Super sneezing powder. Ugh. Try not to sneeze. Have
Don't sneeze.
to hold it in.
No!
TV.
TV.
Oh, this is just great. Now what am I going to do? Have to think. Like I got a choice.
I'm a brain now? Can I move? Oh, okay. Can I become brain tank? What is happening? Am I fusing with Oleander's brain? What is going on?
Hi, my name's Marcel Oleander, but you can call me Maury or Oli.
Coach Oleander? What are you doing in my mind?
How did you get in my happy meadow? Nobody's supposed to know about it. You didn't tell my dad about it, did you? Oh, that's him! Oh no! Come on, little bunny! We'll be safe in here!
Oh boy. I'm gonna save again. I don't remember what's next. Where am I going? Am I about to go right into the meat circus, or is that... Hold on. I'm trying to see if I should take a break. I think... Okay, yeah. Looks like this is a good time. Cool. Alright, we're taking a break. Yeah, this is the meat circus. It says so. Oh boy. I can't remember why I was fully exiting out of the game. I think to like restart my shit. Get to the brain and disarm the tank. We're good. Yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, it looks like I should be able to do this tonight. Might be up kind of late, but not too bad. I'm trying to remember what I got over the break for you here. No, I do have a song called Oleander. So that's fun. Yeah, this starts very electronic, psychedelic, and goes into kind of a hybrid between that and psychedelic rock, and then the last track is just full-blown psychedelic rock. That's the plan. Do I have anything by the 90s band? Oh, there's a band called Oleander? That doesn't surprise me. It's a cool name. That's a flower, by the way, if you didn't know. No, it's actually a song by Bluetech. What was their one hit? Oleander. Doesn't sound familiar. I feel like I need to drink a bunch of water. Do that over the break. I didn't make tea because I fucking still had tea when I started. Why I'm here? Would I recognize that song? Do you know it off the top of your head? I'll have to put that on the playlist and listen to it later. Probably, yeah. Well, now I'm curious. I'ma just real quick, like I'll do it to where I can edit it out. So this is where I'm gonna cut it. Gonna go on, take a break, and when I get back, we'll finish up Psychonauts. Okay? Okay, here we go. Hello. I've returned. Hope you liked my music. I think all those songs are real good. Yeah, I hadn't played up Montreal in a while. Like, I was thinking, I really can't remember the last time I played them on the stream. Which sucks, they're great. I could stand to play them a little more. They're one of the few bands I've seen more than once. Never seen anybody more than twice, so I guess they're in the privileged, what, 2 or 3 bands? I think I've only seen them in Metric twice. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'd have to think about it a little more, but I think so. And one time when I saw Of Montreal, it was also Halloween. And I was the grooviest zombie at Terminal West, and I had a great fucking time. That was an awesome show. Yeah, they put on a great show. Not shocking, but yeah. Was that Kevin Barnes? Quite a showman. They're from Athens, right? I'm like pretty sure they're from Athens. They seem like an Athens joint. For sure. They're an Elephant Six band, right? Hold on. So Athens, Georgia, for anybody who doesn't know, is kind of a little indie capital of the Southeast. A lot of good bands have come out of there. That's where that's where the University of Georgia is. I've been there a couple of times. It's very much a college town. UGA is the only thing going on there, and the whole town revolves around UGA being its lifeblood. But as many college towns are, it's a thriving music scene. So, yeah, to me, local means Georgia, certainly. You thought it was Asheville? I'm looking it up. Hold on. Nope, they're from Athens. Yep. And yeah, they're a straightforward psychedelic rock band, pretty much. It's like all they do. Not all of their stuff is that weird. They also do just like poppy stuff very well, I think. I think maybe the last time I played them on the stream was, I think I played It's Different for Girls, but I can't remember why. Like, I think it was for a particular topic, but that's just a great pop song. Like, that could have been on the radio. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't, but it's, you know, weird enough that I could see why it wouldn't be. But regardless, great fucking pop song. They got a couple few, but yeah, that was one of the weirder ones. I was like, I want a real big, like, psychedelic guitar freak out. Where it's like, okay, Montreal can give me that. I have a few choices here. And I recalled I hadn't played them in a while. Also, that middle track. Alex, did you catch that middle track? Who was that? Vessels with the... It says featuring the Flaming Lips, but, like... I'm pretty sure that's just Wayne Coyne, but... Maybe they just put the whole band on there because people don't really know who Wayne Coyne is without the Flaming Lips. But I do, but I'm also... they are from Oklahoma, so local to me as far as hometown goes. I think they're from Norman, which another thriving music scene because college town, Norman, Oklahoma. I'm pretty sure the Flaming Lips are easily the biggest band to come out of there, but regardless. That's kind of weird. The Flaming Lips are from Oklahoma, but they are. I saw them live in Norman on New Year's Eve. Years and years ago at this point. Great fucking show. Very good show. Again, not surprising. Like, if you can see any psychedelic act live, do that shit. You don't need drugs. Like, they are the drugs. They're dollying it. And really, Wayne Coyne is actually like that. He's actually not a psychonaut. Like, he says, like, I don't take drugs. Like, I'm just fucking weird. Which, like, man, those are some of my best friends. So, like, seriously, I'm all about weirdos who, like, understand that shit without drugs. And really, it's just, it's kind of just a predictor of who might be into that shit. Because I was always weird. Like, I've had people asking me, like, what I took, what I'm on. Like, just all sorts of, like, you know, are you into drugs kind of questions. Just assumptions people would make based on the shit I was into and the stuff I would say and just how I am. And I think it's really funny that I ended up getting into that shit after... people had been asking me, like, all my life, like, what are you on? I find that people don't do that so much anymore. I think it's maybe, people are more generally sensitive about mental health these days, so people don't make jokes like that. Well, a lot of people are on fucking mental health prescriptions, I think is a lot of it, too. It's like, what, you think I'm gonna fucking talk shit about whatever you're on when I take X, Y, and Z psychiatric med? Nope. Yeah, I wouldn't call Athens the capital of anything. It's just, as far as music scenes in Georgia go, I would say, yeah. Well, for indie shit, anyway. If you're talking about hip-hop, obviously, it's Atlanta, but... as far as the rock goes and similar things, yeah, the Elephant Six Collective, they're part of that, and that's Apples in Stereo, Beulah. I played them recently. What was it? I was playing Dropsy, played them. Elf Power, Neutral Milk Hotel of Montreal. Yeah, those are all folks I've listened to a lot in my day. Mostly when I was younger. And I go through phases with indie rock. I'll get, like, all back into it all of a sudden. Trying to remember last time I had a really strong indie rock phase. Excuse me. I'm drinking a Red Bull. I don't know what they carbonate these goddamn things with, but I swear they make me belch more than any other beverage. Which is really saying something, because I'm kind of prone to doing it regardless. But it's gonna be a lot of that, sorry. Oh, I think it was the Beaches. When I stumbled across their album, Late Show, and I got obsessed with that. I got back into indie rock for a little bit. Actually, they put out any new shit? It just occurred to me I hadn't checked on them in a little while. I don't know if they have a new album out yet. That's an EP. Is this an album? No, it's another EP. So, still no more albums. Like LPs. And there, There's definitely some songs I haven't heard, though. They just had a single here this year. Yeah, I'll have to catch up with them. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, Wayne Coyne is definitely a Dolly type. You recently found an indie band you really like, no shit. Yeah, I don't think it's been since I knew you. I remember you telling me about, something Ninja. It was like some kind of experimental metal band. I didn't mind it. I listened to them a little bit. It was certainly interesting. I don't think I'd really heard anything like that. That's the last time I remember you telling me about a new band you liked. That was years ago at this point. I don't think you had just found them either. You were just telling me about them, so. 12-Foot Ninja was the last one. Hey, I got it. Okay. I'm gonna open the game. I found a couple after the Beaches that I really liked just because it threw me into like a new indie rock phase. So I'd have to go looking through my library to jog my memory a little bit, but the Pack AD is really good. I don't know if they're still doing shit, but it's like two ladies, and I don't even know how they do it, dude. Like, how do y'all sound like so much band when you are just two people? It's fucking nuts, man. I mean, there's a few really good two-person bands that I just don't understand how they sound like they do. Fucking Japan Droids? Same thing. No idea. What the fuck?
Hi, my name's Marcel Oleander, but you can call me Maury or Ole.
Coach Oleander? What are you doing in my mind?
How did you get in my happy meadow? Nobody's supposed to know about it. You didn't tell my dad about it, did you?
They're called Diane? like Ryan with the D?
Oh, that's him! Oh no! Come on, little bunny! We'll be safe in here!
Cyan with the D? Does it mean anything, or do they just make up a word? Diane, and Diane. top 5 bands of all time. It don't mean nothing. Well, that's interesting. What kind of band are they? I mean, I'm all for making a word up for a band. That seems fine to do. I just mentioned Japandroids. I mean, I guess that's more of a, what you call it, portmanteau rather than a full-blown make a shit up. Chumbawamba? I don't know why that was the first band that popped into my head, but Chumbawamba. That's just some made up shit. I mean, do I not like any bands that are just fucking made up ass words? Radiohead, that's just 2 words smushed together. What the fuck's a Radiohead? Nobody knows. I'm sure there's like just like a million of them and I just am not thinking right now. But I guess it's not that many. A lot of them are just like shit that don't make sense. Like Black Moth Super Rainbow. Love them, or him, I guess. It's kind of just one dude. What the fuck is a Black Moth Super Rainbow? Search me. I don't fucking know. Let me go look through the old playlist here. But, like, I like a good, picking an obscure name, like an obscure word that doesn't really get used as a word that much. Phantogram, that's good. Evanescence, actually, I still think that's a fucking dope-ass metal band name. Like, you know, think what you want about them. That band name rules. Like, fucking, Fall Out Boy is an excellent fucking band name. I don't really care for them much, but, like, I'm a big enough person to admit when a band name fucking slaps. Fall Out Boy is a great band name. Great reference. Sounds good. Kind of communicates the tone of shit. It's, yeah, good. Fall Out Boy's a good band name. So this is Diane, very mellow indie synth rock with a female vocalist with a lot of pain in her voice. That sounds like my shit. You're gonna have to hook me up with a song or two. Something I might like. What? I'm just looking for like one made up. I don't know if I'm gonna find anything. I like don't want to talk until I find something. Damn. Nah. Did I just fucking scroll through this whole thing? Didn't find a single one. It's a lot of portmanteaus and shit. But very seldom is just a fucking totally made up word. Yeah, alright, I give up. I got shit to do. Kind of bordering on post-rocky, but yeah, this sounds like my shit. Sounds like my shit. I am interested. Excuse me. Oh. I was saving, apparently. Here we go. So here's something I thought about in the time I was not playing this game. Assuming that the language is corrected in the next game. Which, like I said, Tim Schafer, the guy who's like creatively heads up this shit. I don't know if that's just Double Fine generally or the Psychonauts stuff specifically. I think he's just a guy at Double Fine, though. He's said in interviews since this game came out that he is not fond of all the things that were said and everything that occurred and how it was done in the game. It's not aged horribly, I don't think. There's like a couple of, you know, little cringy moments, but for 2005, I think it's fine. I'm trying to put this away. There we go.
Okay. The circus I remember from my childhood was definitely not made of meat. The last time I checked.
No! No! Little bunny, don't go in there! That's a bad place! That's a bad place for bunnies!
I feel like this music has the potential to take on a mocking tone and make me very angry as the platforming frustrates me. Oh yeah, that's... I'm gonna hate it, I can feel it. I can feel it. Rasputin, your journey has made you much wiser, so why do you still hoard your goods like a miser? The items you've scavenged, the webs, the cards. Just to redeem them is all that remains. Yeah? So, are you gonna help me with that? Oh, cool, good. I mean, I figured they were just gonna let me, like, okay, well, everything you collect now is fucking pointless. Like, I didn't think it was gonna be like that. Yeah. Cool. Pardon. Fuck was I saying? Sure felt like something. Tell you what. Yeah, I totally don't remember. Oh wait, no, I do.
I need a steamer trunk tag for this guy.
So, oh shit, I just remembered that there was a song I wanted to play at the end of this game. And I might have to bump the song I was gonna play to play this one. I forgot about that shit. Anyway. So, again, assuming they fix the language in the next game. Damn it.
Just hold still. I can catch him and hide him from my dad. He runs a butcher shop. He wants to make food out of them.
That's right. Maury's old man was a butcher. It looks like your childhood memories of the circus got all mixed up with his childhood memories of his dad's butcher shop.
Oh,
my
so
memories
that's why
were
it's
bad
a meat
enough.
circus.
This is just gross.
Oh god. Yeah, it's pretty horrific. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
You'd better keep that kid out of trouble.
Ooh,
With your brains
boy.
all scrambled like this, what happens to him happens to you.
What?
Help!
Oh, come on.
What?
Is this an escort quest? I don't remember this shit. Oh god. Okay. I need to get this thought out before I get distracted. So... Is like, again, assuming they correct things. Because it's really, like, it was kind of just the language. Like, between when this game came out and now, that was, you know, broadly acknowledged that Romani people didn't like being called that. So, we generally speaking stopped. And I don't think, well, I suppose the circus thing is maybe kind of a, something of a stereotype, I suppose. But I don't know if it's necessarily totally misplaced. The point I'm trying to make is, like, we don't really have a lot of Romani representation in pop culture that I can think of, personally. Granted, I'm by no means any kind of expert. I don't watch a lot of stuff. But in video games, I can't really think of another, like, really cool main character type who's also, like, canonically Romani. And that's, like, actually sort of a focal point of the whole deal. I can't name one, so... That's kind of fucking cool. I kind of want to know, like, where that came from, like, what inspired this character's whole swag. Hey, these little fucking chimeras are awful. So, do I have to wait for you to catch the bunny, or can I assist you in catching the bunny? Here. There we go.
I got you, Mr. Bunny.
Shit. Whoa, shit, where are you? Where are you? Fuck. Bro. Homie, where are you? I don't know where you are, man. Like, yes, I'm sorry about your face. Where the fuck are you, dude? You're gonna die. Like, you're gonna die. You need to, like...
My face!
Where are you? Literally where? Where are you? Where did you go? For fuck's sake, dude. So now you have to catch the bunny again?
Come here, bunny!
I'm gonna pay more attention.
I got you, Mr. Bunny.
Oh, you used your little propeller hat and you went all the way up there out of my reach where I can't protect you. You dumb bitch. Okay. Christ. You just immediately start taking damage? Are you kidding? I can't get up there, man. Do I... fucking... Where the fuck are you?
This hat box needs a hat box.
Of course I don't have your tag.
Come here, little bunny.
But no.
Not me. Wrap the bunny.
I'm trying.
No, not me. Wrap the bunny.
Got it.
Bunny or not? Come here, bunny. Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny.
Such a bizarre looking fucking bunny. Look at, it's just like, it's just an orb with bunny features on it. Like, can I climb this? Why are you already taking damage?
My face. My face.
How the fuck do I get up there?
Hey, that hurts. My face. My face. Ah!
Come on.
My face.
Please grab it. Please. Nope. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yep.
My face.
Like, turn around. God. Okay, you're probably gonna die, but let's try again. How do I change direction? There we go. Cool. Got it.
Hey, that
Do I have
hurts.
to do it again? No. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Hey, that hurts.
I bet, man. Like, literally any clue all the way back. Oh, this is cursed. I hate this. Oh my god. I'm supposed to be talking about drugs. Holy shit, dude. I can't do it with the shrieking. Like, god damn it, man. I think I said everything I wanted to say about opiates and opioids. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got through all that. We started talking about hallucinogens and psychedelics with fucking deliriants, which are easily the, least desirable sort of any of them. A lot of things get classified as hallucinogens, excuse me, that are not really full-blown like that. Additionally, a lot of psychedelics or hallucinogens, those are often used interchangeably. At lower doses, they don't provide hallucinations. That's not a thing that'll occur with a lot of hallucinogens at lower doses. They might fuck around with your perception a little bit, in one way or another, but
I got you, Mr. Bunny.
It's not noticeably and meaningfully fucking with like what you're seeing in particular. And honestly, I've not really taken enough of any given sort of psychedelic that is supposed to give me vivid hallucinations, as such that I could really tell you what that's like. Other people are welcome to provide input on that, but the only psychedelic that I really have ready access to that would fall in that category is, you know, something that would potentially do that is LSD.
Come here, little bunny!
And I don't really enjoy that so much, at least in isolation. But really, the visual hallucinations are not so much why I like psychedelics. Oh, come on.
Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts!
I prefer them more for the just kind of distinctly altered state you get in.
My face!
Just like the feeling of not being in this particular realm of existence anymore. That's not something you're gonna get from most other sorts of drugs. Dissociatives to an extent, I suppose. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Bro. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. I'm about to look up a video. I just want to know where he is. I just want to fucking know where he is. Like, I don't need to know anything other than where the fuck he is exactly right now. Like, would it have killed y'all to give me some kind of indication? Some kind of little just little something. Little literally anything to fucking indicate. Like, hey, he's over here. Like, the sound isn't localized. Like, what does this mean? He's just surrounded by meat. I don't fucking know where he is. Yeah, I'm getting way too upset with this. Hold on. Holy fucking shit, dude. I've just already got my laptop open, so could just do this. So, I actually kind of talked about psychedelics pretty recently. Mechanistically, a lot of them are fucking around with serotonin. If you're... I guess, are psychedelics a class of hallucinogen? I often just hear them used interchangeably, but... I think it's just hallucinogens and deliriants are kind of... Like, they just exist in a separate classification because they're just distinctly different from other types of psychedelics. No, not hallucination, hallucinogen. Yeah. Okay. I was like, I know hallucinogen is a hallucinogen is a broader category of drugs in which you find psychedelics, dissociatives, and deliriants, which I wrote down that I wanted to talk about psychedelics and dissociatives, but not deliriants. Probably because they're just not fun. So that's probably why it didn't occur to me, but I'm glad Alex brought it up. Thank you. Yeah, psychedelics, deliriants, and dissociatives. So yeah, if me saying, like, that dissociatives also produce that, like, distinctly altered state, it's because it's technically a hallucinogen, but I do regard them as different things, for sure. Okay. Oh, there's a tightrope. I think I probably wasn't seeing that because I was just too pissy and frustrated. Also, it looks like there's a checkpoint soon. Thank goodness. Oh, so you get to the big wheel and then you... Oh, okay, I remember that. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna keep watching this for a second. So, yeah, the differences between different psychedelics, pretty subtle, and I would... Why does this keep pausing? Stop, Jesus. This started happening with YouTube, I think since I reformatted. It just starts... It just pauses now. In the middle of a video. For no reason. Oh, there's a thing to... There's something to slide on. God damn it. Very irritating. Okay. Oh, I was saying I've never taken a psychedelic at a dose that led me to have, like, full-blown visual or otherwise hallucinations. I've definitely had my vision fucked with by drugs before, for sure, but none of that, like, full-blown, like, fear and loathing acid trip stuff. I've never experienced that. Not that I wouldn't want to, but again, like, the easiest way for me to experience something like that is taking a bunch of acid, and I just don't want to do that. I feel like I would not have a good time, at least not in isolation. Maybe if I wanted to combine it with some other things, but this is the point at which I should shut up. Fuck! I tripped over my mouth. Shut the fuck up. Oh, fuck. Yeah, between the music and the child screaming, it's a lot. It's a lot to try and sound smart over. For you and everyone, you know, the difference with acid is between 1 and 2 tabs. That is my understanding, and I have indeed, to my knowledge, never had 2 tabs of acid. If you remember, don't tell me. I don't think I have, though. And I'm not sure I would want to, at least not by itself. Which is, you know, kind of lame. That I don't really enjoy. One of the most easy to get a hold of and generally widely tolerated and appreciated psychedelics. That kind of sucks. But, I feel like I'm generally pretty lucky.
Here, bunny, bunny, bunny!
Glad I can't friendly fire this dingus.
Don't run, or else Daddy's gonna kill you!
Man, you need to waddle faster. Holy shit, man. Where did it go? Christ. Get to the bunny, my dude.
Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny!
Which, to be clear, it's really just the paranoia that I don't like about acid. It's otherwise good. And if I am able to take something that eliminates the possibility of paranoia, shall we say, then I have had a good time with it before. But yeah, it's a really big drawback. It's not something I can just...
This hat box needs a hat box tag.
Not something I can just tolerate. I guess maybe because I'm just not used to dealing with it. Like, I don't know how to cope with that, man. Paranoia?
I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny.
Like, I just don't ever feel that way often enough to know how to deal with it. Just, I don't want to get too frustrated with this, and it definitely keeps going, so I'm just gonna fucking take little breaks, chill out, talk about drugs, get through this. The most intense version of that, oh yeah, the full-blown visual hallucinations, that, yeah, DMT. DMT. I've still not tried DMT. Do you wish it lasted longer or shorter? I feel like for something that totally, like, snatches you from this plane of existence and just puts you in a totally different world for a little while, I wouldn't want that to last terribly long. Shorter, goddammit. Yeah, I would actually be way more into the idea of trying DMT if it was shorter. I'd want to see what I saw, you know, but yeah. Just give me like a vision. I don't need a whole dream. Wait, 16 hours? Hold up. I thought DMT lasted like a few minutes. Oh, you're saying acid is too... Okay, I'm sorry. That makes more sense. Yeah, acid is way too long. Although I thought it was more along the lines of 12. Holy shit. 16. Oh, God. Like, one good thing about basically every drug I've ever taken, I guess with the exception of acid, is that the duration of it is short enough such that you can kind of just, you know, hunker down and wait it out, even if it's really awful. Or at least wait out the worst of it. You know, it'll start to wear off and wane after a while. And like, fuck. But wait, didn't you say that like you can trapdoor out of an acid trip with like benzodiazepines or like Xanax in particular? I still don't understand that. That does not make sense to me. I really need the diagram for how the fuck you can fucking yeet yourself out of an acid trip with a drug that is not affecting serotonin at all. I don't understand How the fuck you're doing that? Yeah, DMT lasts 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Okay, I actually thought it was longer than that. I thought it was like 5 to 15 or something like that. Maybe 6 if you're stretching it. Yeah. Unless it's ingested with an MAOI. Oh, God. I guess if you're not in the habit of taking MAOIs and you mix that with... Maybe that would be fine. Actually, funny story. The first time I ever took acid, I was on an SSRI, which it can potentially be dangerous, but oftentimes, more often than not, the effect is just that whatever psychedelic you have that's probably functioning on serotonin is not going to do much for you. I was actually taking it with another girl who was also on an SSRI, and we didn't know enough about this either way to know. I was still in college, like I hadn't had that much drug education yet, or neuroscience education, and we definitely felt weird, and I don't think it was just placebo. I mean, maybe a little bit of that, but like, it did something. It did something. Like, we weren't on like very high doses of whatever SSRI we were taking either. So like, yeah. It did something, but yeah, the first time I took it while I was not taking an SSRI was what I generally count as my first experience with it. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. What's ayahuasca? I didn't see what you said that in response to, I'm sorry. Ahem. Also, before I move on to the next class of drugs, so ayahuasca is DMT with an MAOI? Is it just all wrapped up in the same molecule or some shit? Because it's just like a plant, isn't it? Okay. See, the wheel should have been a hint, I guess, but I don't know. No, 2 different plants brewed into a tea. Oh, so wait, ayahuasca is not one thing? I didn't know that. So is the tea ayahuasca? Is that what it's called? So basically ayahuasca is just extended release. Extended release DMT, if I had to put it in like pharmacology terms. Huh, okay. Well, cool. What do they call the MAOI part? What is this plant that's like a natural MAOI? Yeah, DMT XR. Yeah, ayahuasca is a psychoactive brew. I didn't realize it was like a lean situation. There's more than one thing in it. I feel like somebody somewhere would be offended that I just compared ayahuasca to lean. It could be either side of that. It could be offended, really. The Banisurfer. Okay, so I guess this particular thing is what gets called ayahuasca most of the time. And then there's also the chacruna. Shrubby flowering plant. Okay. I'm trying, like, so is this one the MAOI? I'm sorry, I'm fascinated. This is fucking cool. No, this is also DMT. So where's the MAOI part? Oh, no. Okay. The other one is the MAOI. Okay, so the thing that gets called ayahuasca is actually the MAOI part. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Cool. Is shaman's lean? Yeah. Lean, since we were just talking about painkillers, is codeine and promethazine. Codeine, like I said, is a prodrug of morphine. It gets metabolized into morphine. And promethazine is an antiemetic drug. It also just gets used generally as a sedative. Antiemetic as anti-nausea, or something to stop you from vomiting. Treatments for nausea specifically are, honestly, every anti-nausea med is basically just a sedative. It's some kind of sedative. The idea is that just if you're chill enough, you can't vomit because it gets you so worked up, you know, that if they just, like, suck all the gumption out of you, you can't vomit. Or if it just fucking knocks you out. Also. That too. I've not found any particular drug to be terribly effective with regard to my nausea, but the only thing that ever worked for me at all in any circumstance was promethazine. Zofran don't do shit for me. I fucking dole that stuff out at the pharmacy all day. I'm glad it works for other people. It just does not do anything for me. It maybe makes me a little more chill. Like if it's offered to me at the hospital or something, I'll take it, but I'll usually tell them, like, this doesn't work for me. If you could get me some promethazine, that would be good. However, because of lean's popularity, you now look a little bit sus asking for promethazine in particular, even though there's no fucking recreational value to promethazine by itself. I mean, it's not unpleasant to take it by itself, I guess, but I've never taken it outside of the context of needing to. But as far as why people drink lean, it's for the fucking codeine. It's not for the promethazine. The promethazine is just kind of a cherry on top. It's really just because it happens to be in the cough syrup with which lean is made. So, there you go. We don't even carry that shit at our pharmacy. Like promethazine, codeine, cough syrup. I think it's just a liability thing.
Hey, that hurts!
Because, like, I fucking... Ow! Very often...
Ow! My face!
Or maybe not very often, just because this isn't that common, period. But... Ow, okay, hold on.
My face! Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts!
Man, how am I... Cool. Where are you, man? Fuck.
My face!
Die. Goddamn bunny.
Or else Daddy's gonna kill you!
Christ. Bunny?
Come
stay still.
Bunny!
Waddle to, like, trying to capture your silly fucking goofball orb-ass rabbit and stay out of your way and protect you from danger. God, let this be over soon. God, I'm saving. I will save scum the shit out of this. I'm not trying to do this again. I think this might be where you get a checkpoint, though. It looked like it, because I saw this person whose video I was watching die, and it looked like they did not put him all the way the fuck back at the beginning, so that's good. Anyway, okay, we've talked about all these. Yeah, that's about all I had to say about psychedelics. I feel like I talked about them very recently, just because it came up, so, you know, you can go listen to that. I think it might have been the first stream of this game, so full circle, motherfucker. Psychedelics. I hadn't really been, I think this is gonna be its own separate stream, because apparently I need to cite some things, because a certain subset of people don't really believe you about drugs unless you do that. Because, like, I really don't have, like, I'm not, well, I guess I kind of am pro drugs, generally. But not just, like, for the hell of it, you know? I mean, I guess maybe sometimes, but I'm kind of a pro, like, drugs as tools person, you know? And I'm also, you know, like, I keep up with research about this shit, and I don't take anything in a dangerous way. You know, the one drug that's hurt me more than any other is the fucking weed, because of some freak issue that doesn't happen as long as I don't do it too much. So that's good. But the point being, I found out about that because I was looking into it and keeping my ears open and whatnot. It's not really pro versus anti-drug thing, if you ask me. Yeah, like, I really don't feel like I have an agenda other than informing people and doing so in a way that is free from the influence of stigma. Which a lot of people, like, they hear you talk about drugs without the same, like, tone of hush hush and shame in your voice as, like, a lot of people do, and they think that you have an agenda, that you're, like, you know, wanting everybody to do drugs. That's really not what it is. It's just, it's so bizarre to hear someone talking about a lot of these things in even a neutral way, let alone a positive way, that people perceive that as either, yeah, really radical or pro-drug or whatever. It's people who classify drugs as good and bad and people who don't. Yeah, thank you. Exactly. Like, I'm not putting a value judgment, really, on any particular drug. There's really very few drugs that I think have absolutely no utility under any circumstances. Even deliriants, I could maybe think of some select uses for those, but generally speaking, no. But you know, most things, yeah. There's a reason we got a whole pharmacy full of different shit. Drugs are terribly useful. And that's the other thing, when I hear somebody say something like, something melodramatic and ridiculous, that you might hear some, like, the actual child in a Dare t-shirt say, like, drugs are poison. When you hear that kind of shit, I'm thinking, like, everything at this pharmacy is poison? Because a drug's a drug, and when you, like, if you just say drug and you assume people know that you're talking about some, like, Scruff McGruff bullshit, you sound ridiculous. Like, drugs are just more complicated than that. Furthermore, if you're talking about just psychoactive substances, which ones? Are you talking about alcohol as well? Because, good lord, most, if not all, not all, but a very, very large majority of quote-unquote anti-drug people that I've known in my life were totally a-okay fine with alcohol, even though it's easily one of the more harmful drugs that you can fucking use, period. Harmful to you, harmful to the people around you, mentally, physically. It's not very good for you, in excess especially. In moderation, it would seem to be fine. It's been a few years since I checked on this, but last I checked, it was like health-wise better to have some alcohol rather than no alcohol. And both of those conditions, like low and no alcohol, were both superior to people who drank heavily. It's really one of those drugs that the second you're taking it in excess, it starts wreaking havoc on your body and life. Like, it's really not a good idea to drink too much for a million reasons. Excuse me. Can you tell I'm really not enjoying this like, I remembered not liking this fucking meat circus. I just want to get through the escort part. I know it's gonna get better after that. You remember hearing that data turned out not to be so good recently? Oh, yeah? I mean, it's been probably about 5 years since I heard about that, so yeah, I'd believe that they found something different in the meantime. For sure. But that didn't sound outlandish to me. The idea that drinking a little bit of alcohol was maybe not terrible for you. It sounded like it was wishful thinking to think that, one standout fact from this study was that most of the people who were no alcohol were recovering alcohol. That is a really, really big deal. Also, was this just one study? I thought it was more than one. I generally don't go spouting off about a study that happened. A study is like, I mean, when it's your study, I get why you're so attached and why you maybe think it's so important. And why you would consider, like, each person a data point, you know? But, where are you? Shit again. Oh no, please. Oh god. I can't concentrate. Shit.
Hey, that hurts!
Bro, I swear to god. Like, between the music and the screaming and the oh my god, it's so much. Like, at this point, I have no fucking idea where you are, dude. Like, throw the knife. Throw it.
My face!
Watch it!
My face!
Nope. Yeah, just kill him, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Did it really... I'm loading the game. I'll do it. I'll do it in a second. I don't know where it's gonna put me, but... Oh my god, this is a nightmare. This segment sucks. This segment really sucks. Oh my god. I love this game, but some of the gameplay is just awful, and I love 3D platformers. This is really just fucking gnarly shit. Fuck. Sorry, I wanted to finish this thought. That is a huge fucking problem. if a bunch of people in your no alcohol, quote unquote, control group, I'm assuming, were recovering alcoholics, especially, like I just said, you know how I just said alcohol in excess really fucks with your body in like a long-term permanent way, depending on how much you took in, what you did, if you combined it with anything, lots of shit. It has very lasting effects on your body. So the idea that you could compare, that you could just take recovering alcoholics and call them a no alcohol group and treat them as some like healthy control group that just happens to not drink, that's a huge fucking problem. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I would hope there's more recent ones. It's been entirely too long since I looked at this research. And holy shit. That would have stood out to me. Because this was a paper I read. But I thought it was a review paper. Which, like, in a review paper, you're looking at a bunch of different studies. Which is usually, if I'm, like, spouting off about something that's true, it's probably because I read it in a review paper. Just because that's taking a bunch of different studies and seeing what they all say and kind of... It's part of how science arrives at consensus about things. Because one particular study, for a reason like herpaderp, no alcohol group were recovering alcoholics, that's one reason why you could completely disregard a study. Jesus Christ, that is such a massive confound. Clown shit. What on earth? Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Oh, fuck, that is amateur hour nonsense. Fucking people that get paid to do science. Some of them, man. Okay, I've been grabbing the bunny repeatedly. It just keeps making fart noises at me. Christ. I'm gonna turn this down on my end. Let me know if I need to turn it down for y'all. I just can't deal with the... Urchak had a name for it, this music. This particular musical style that is happening in this game. The horns and the general cartooniness of it.
Hey, that hurts!
Anyway. Alright. We're getting sidetracked. Where the fuck are we? Dissociatives. That's another type of hallucinogen. So we covered deliriums, psychedelics. Now we're on to dissociatives, the third type of hallucinogen. Dissociatives are like nitrous oxide, if you've ever had that at the dentist. Laughing gas. They're often used as, like, anesthetics, basically. So, like, to put you under, or some level of under surgery, or some procedure that's really uncomfortable. Like, they'll do have you ever heard the term twilight anesthesia? I'm not sure what in particular they use to do that, but that describes a state of anesthesia where you're not quite fully unconscious. I guess that was quicker.
Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts!
Must have figured out
Hey, that hurts!
You may have heard of ketamine, but the odds of you having encountered it are very low. Really, nitrous oxide is the only thing that any like regular-ass person would have been likely to encounter as far as a dissociative that's also doing dissociative things. Like, I just took what is technically a dissociative earlier. Is it dextromethorphan? Is that what DXM stands for? Okay, what's going on here, man? There we go. I think it's dextromethorphan.
Hey, that hurts!
Shit! Come on. Fuck.
My face!
All my fucking heart. Oh, shit. He's gonna die. He's gonna die again, and that's gonna be it. I'm gonna have to do this again. This segment of this game is fucking awful and not fun. And how did it get last playtesting? Holy shit, you guys! Oh my god! Everything about this sucks. Christ, dude. These things are like 8 times faster than your silly little ass.
Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny!
You admit you didn't actually read this study or the criticism of it, you just heard it from a science communicator you trust. I mean, that's part of what science communicators are supposed to be doing. Translating shit for you and calling out bullshit when they see it. And like, yeah, oh my god. It was my job, generally speaking, to debunk shitty science, and I found out that some paper, again, wishful thinking, alcohol drinking in any amount, in some good, or better than not drinking, saw that the no alcohol group, even if it wasn't entirely consisting of former alcoholics, if it, like, that would be a disqualifier from the study if you had any fucking idea what you were doing at all. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, cool, good. About the whole Dan Ariely fiasco from her. Oh, that man broke my heart. Holy shit. I can't remember the last time I was that fucking upset. About somebody I didn't know doing something shitty. I don't want to say it was as bad as the fucking Louis C.K. Because I would say what he did is still objectively worse, but it felt like that level of betrayal from a person that I liked that much, certainly. Which is, God. How many people in my life that I tell to read fucking honest truth about dishonesty. No! This is so bad. Why are there so many segments of this game like this? Holy shit, man. I lent you that book, yeah. Holy shit, man. I mean, I was not even close to the only one, so it's not like I feel dumb for getting duped. You know, when somebody violates the honor system of science to do some shit, that's just never an assumption you can make about a person. it's not even something you can act like you saw coming, because it's just the entirety of science sort of operates on basic assumptions about what's motivating you and how you're going about things. And the whole system, excuse me, just doesn't work. Unless you are a certain amount of charitable with regard to at least taking people's word for what their data says and how they ran their stats and shit like that, for example. Like there's... This is kind of a sidebar, I don't want to get too distracted, but there's this phenomenon. It's in statistics generally, but it's like... I would say it was more common in psychology, for example, but I've definitely watched biomed people do this. Anyway, it's called, pause for a second. It's called p-hacking. So if you're familiar with statistics, when you run a number of particular statistical tests, you get a p-value back. The p is for probability, and this probability value is supposed to indicate to you the level of confidence that you can have in the result that you got from the particular statistical test. So the standard for a p-value for a result that is significant for most scientific journals that I know of in the fields that I've worked in anyway, that I've heard of, is 0.05. So that indicates that the thing you have found, this result saying that, you know, X is greater than Y, this group had more whatever than that group, whatever you found, whatever comparison you drew between however many, you know, groups or particular pieces of data or whatever you had, that is a 95% chance of being true. So there's a 5% chance it ain't, and that's what that p-value is. So 0.05, that's 5%. That's the chance it has of being bullshit. So p-hacking is a phenomenon by which people running stats on their data will basically select and judge and finesse statistical analysis based on whatever the fuck is gonna give them a p-value of 0.05 or lower. Which is not how you're supposed to fucking do science. I would hope that sounds sus as fuck as it's coming out of my face. So, I guess you might not know this if you ain't studied this shit, but there's a particular test you're supposed to run depending on what kind of data you have, depending on how many groups you have, depending on if they are dependent on each other in some way, depending on how the study's being run. All of this shit factors into what statistical tests you're supposed to run. And there are preferred tests, more obvious tests, that one would usually run. And if you see someone running something that isn't one of those more standard tests, you should raise an eyebrow at that. Unless they give you a good reason. I've definitely encountered, like, weird statistical analysis wherein, you know, it was totally justified within the paper why they were using this test instead of the more standard whatever test that one would be more expected to use in this case, especially since p-hacking became a thing. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, betrayal, Dan Ariely. Bro, yup. I see it. I got that ugly yellow book on my goddamn bookshelf. I kind of want to burn it, but I don't know if I'm that mad about it. I'm more just, like, sad. 'Cause, like... I gotta stop. I'm gonna get too upset. That could be a whole stream, honestly. Just me being upset about Dan Ariely. It could. And I guess it's kind of funny that, like, the guy that went into psychology and made a big fuss about everybody being liars ended up being a liar. So is this gonna, where's this gonna put me? Okay. No, wait, that was the autosave. So where does this put me? Okay. Wait, can I go back and get more dream fluff? I'm gonna try, fuck it. I mean, it said point of no return. Wouldn't that mean... I cannot return? What one would assume. We'll find out, I suppose. Oh. I think that might be the door to camp. I don't get to go back there. Okay. Fake out. Alright. Okay, I guess we're just gonna keep bashing our heads against this then. I mean, there's not really any trick to it. Like, I just have to keep doing it. Just keep talking about my drugs, I guess. Where was I? Dissociatives? Alright. So... It's really hard for me to pick a favorite sort of psychoactive drug.
Please, Mr. Bun.
I guess overall, in terms of utility, for both myself and other people,
Got you, Mr. Bunny.
it would probably be something else, but I really like dissociatives. And it's basically, I like them such that I do not keep them in my home. Whereas, like, I can exercise some level of restraint with most other sorts of drug for one reason or another. I do not have as much power over myself with regard to dissociatives. Which, you know, if you're gonna be really difficult to regulate with a particular drug, you could do worse than that. I'm sure there are people who have had their lives, minds, whatever, ruined by dissociatives, but it's not a long list of people, so if you're gonna have a weakness for something in particular, you could do worse. For sure.
Hey, that hurts! Ow!
Oh, I didn't talk about how dissociatives work, did I? I'm actually not sure they all work in the same way, but I know ketamine in particular works. It's an NMDA receptor antagonist, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, PCP as well, that's a dissociative. PCP is one of those ones that a lot of people have heard of, but few have actually tried. Myself included, I have not had PCP. Isn't that also called angel dust? Yeah, I've never tried that. I don't think I'm interested either. Part of you does wonder if PCP really is all that harmful or if it's just racially stigmatized. I mean, honestly, probably. I just don't know anything about it. I don't think it's... I just based on what dissociatives generally do, I could almost guarantee you it's not any more or less harmful than the other ones. And yeah, it probably just did get a reputation for being especially horrible or whatever because black people like it. Which I kind of forget about PCP. I guess because of that. Like, it's not as popular with white folks. Yeah, I guess this is just how dissociatives work. So, they block NMDA receptors. You remember how I was saying that glutamate is the most common neurotransmitter in the brain? Or most abundant, rather? I mean, that's the same fucking thing. So, glutamate binds to NMDA receptors. So, if you're blocking NMDA receptors, you're blocking your brain from being able to be activated. So the end result is kind of a numbing because you're just not getting any of that, you know, normal activation depending on where this drug is happening. And yeah, it numbs you out. That's the idea. It generates an anesthetic effect, and that's most of how these drugs get used. Does PCP get used in medical settings? That might be another reason why it's got like a weird reputation. It was initially made in the 1920s and marketed as an anesthetic medication in the 1950s. But then it was disallowed in 1965. Moreover, ketamine became more prominent in medical use. And it's better tolerated as an anesthetic. Interesting. It's a Schedule II drug, so I guess it is sometimes used medically. Interesting. Yeah, I know nitrous oxide and ketamine are both used in medical settings. Mostly dental and veterinary, yeah. Ketamine is always... excuse me, ketamine has also been used more recently as a depression treatment, which I thought was interesting. Which I could see why that would be useful for that, sure. If you've ever been, like, deep in a depressive pit, it's useful to have almost anything, really. That'll jar you out of it, physically, mentally, or otherwise. And ketamine, even though it doesn't, you know, it does make you very kind of numb and cloud feeling. It certainly makes you feel different. Different in a way that's not possible when you're in a depressive pit. So it kind of... I feel like a lot of the shitty... Why can't I talk? Is my mouth too dry? Like, I'm struggling. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Calming down. What the fuck was I saying? Something about dissociatives? Oh, right. Ketamine is a depression treatment. So, when you're really, really depressed, the world feels samey in a way that makes you feel, I want a less melodramatic way of saying this than spiritually dead, but it is a special kind of numbness, really serious depression. And when you feel like that, especially if you've been like that for a while, you forget what it's like to even feel anything resembling good. And ketamine, it doesn't necessarily make you feel good. I mean, if you're into that, and I think it's pretty objectively cool. A lot of people like it, but the point, also depression, if you've experienced it in a severe way, it's also quite painful, like physically, like it hurts. It really does hurt. And there's evidence to suggest that there's like a biological basis to that. It's not just like you can see the pain happening. It's not something you need to depend on someone to tell you about. You can observe it happening. So, I think what the ketamine does from a psychological perspective anyway, in terms of helping with depression, is it kind of provides you this little cloud to sit on and restructure your thoughts. Because you are, as long as you don't take too much of it, you're pretty mentally clear when you take this shit, as long as you don't take so much that you're, anesthetized. You can still think. So it basically allows you to have this interesting out-of-body experience where you're not experiencing any pain, and removed from that physical pain, you can now rethink all of the shitty thought loops that were running through your head when the depression was torturing you. And that's, in my experience, when I've taken things that were drugs that totally put me in a different state for a little while I was severely depressed. That is a lot of what I got out of it. But ketamine in particular, it's very cerebral. Again, if you don't take too much of it, you're still very mentally clear, but it makes you physically, feel away. But it's beneficial for someone who's kind of depression poisoned in their thinking and needs something to sort of suck the venom out of their existence so that they can reframe things. That makes sense as I'm saying it to me. Hopefully it made sense to at least Alex. I think he gets it. Yeah, it's very othering, but not in like a shitty way. It's and yeah, not like an ego death either. It's like I said, like it's like an out-of-body experience. It's like you feel very much removed from your meat shell and able to reflect on things in a very different way. Yeah, kind of like you're yourself, but in the third person. That's a really good way of putting it. Yeah, there's very much a feeling of like I know I'm here at this point in space, but am I really this body? I don't think I am. At least not right now. And yeah, It's one of those things that I think most people would probably objectively find it fun, independent of needing it, but it's like a, what do you call it? So here's a behaviorist pet peeve of mine. People mixing up, excuse me, positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement and positive punishment and negative punishment. Fucking crap. It's 8.4 ounces. It's the smallest Red Bull. So much belching. Why? What do they carbonate this with? How do they ship it? Has anyone ever died? How under pressure are these contents? Fucking Christ, man. Excuse me. So, it's been probably about 5 years since I've checked on the ketamine as a depression treatment research, I imagine. What is going on with this?
Hey, that hurts! Watch it! Hey, that hurts! Hey, that hurts! Ow!
Please. Oh, God.
My face! Ow! Hey, that hurts!
No, 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 no.
My face!
I hate this game. I hate this game. I just miserable. It's miserable. This is misery. This is misery. Okay, I threw a... I guess it's not there anymore because reasons. I definitely... Why can I not get a knife to stick in the wheel? It's taking me like 5 times with this one, whereas with the first one I got it the first try. God, that's obnoxious. Okay. Fucking Christ, dude. Anyway, so yeah, ketamine's cool. Again, do things at your own peril. Do your goddamn research if you're gonna do any of this shit. How much do I need to disclaimer this shit? Well, I feel like a lot of people like hear you talk about drugs and they assume you're just some like crazy reckless party person, and it's like I'm really not. Like, I don't put a damn thing in my body of any of these classes of drugs if I didn't personally test it or it didn't come from a person who I know tests their shit. And by test, I don't mean like try a little bit and see what happens, for fuck's sake. I mean, just clarifying for anybody who isn't aware, you can buy test kits for this shit, for even the illegal shit. You can still, it's not illegal to sell and buy test kits for these things. And you can buy them, they're readily available, they're easy to use, they're completely fucking worth it. Priceless shit, these test kits. So yeah, that's what I mean by testing it. I think I spoke to like one person once who thought that's what I meant by saying I test my shit. Like, no. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I think I've said about all I could say about dissociatives. I wanted to make sure I mentioned the ketamine as depression treatment thing, because I have to imagine that's just further along now in terms of clinical shit from when I last checked on it. There were people in a lab down the hall that were doing research on this. So that was pretty cool. They were doing it in rats. And then by the time I got to graduate school at GSU and I checked on it again, just that line of research, they had started doing clinical trials with humans. I remember reading an article about somebody, and what they do, by the way, is, like, if you're doing this clinically as, like, a depression treatment, you go into some clinic, they do it IV style, hook you up, give you some ketamine, you just chill there for a little bit, you know, wait till you're good, and then you leave, I guess. I imagine somebody's, you should get someone to pick you up for that. You shouldn't drive anywhere near doing ketamine. It deadens you a lot, like more than you think. Yeah, not that you should take any of this shit and drive, but especially not that, I would say. Anyway, so that's how that goes when you're taking this shit, like, from a doctor. Fair warning for any industrious psychonauts interested in this shit. This is something you're probably gonna have to put up your nose if you really want to try it. So, just FYI. I would say it's basically the only thing that is certifiably 100% worth doing that for. Did we even talk about cocaine, actually, when I was talking about stimulants?
I got you, Mr. Bunny!
I feel like I shit on cocaine, like, once every 5 streams or so, so... Because it's so easy to shit on. It's such an overrated...
Hey, that hurts!
Like, boring, obnoxious, shitty, rich, white person drug. Like, fucking... Sorry. Like, I've had fun with it in my day, sure. I will admit that the combination with alcohol is very good and fun. No. Please, just
Not me! Grab the bunny! No, not me! Grab the bunny! No! Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny!
Cocaine is a pretty run-of-the-mill stimulant, I guess. Honestly, I'll give it this. I have not experienced a drug that in isolation felt quite like cocaine. Which again, by itself, is just, in terms of cost, the least worth a drug I can even name. Really not worth it at all. And duration. Like, cocaine is... There's a reason it has that reputation of, like, someone who's really into cocaine is, like, always running to the bathroom and always has powder on their nose and fucking whatever. That's not a joke. Like, people who are trying to keep a cocaine high going all night, they are busy. They are, yeah, at it constantly. Which is one good reason to try and combine it with alcohol, I guess. In case you don't know, when you... Shit. Just gonna focus on this for a second. When you combine cocaine and alcohol, it metabolizes into a whole new third drug called cocaethylene. And cocaethylene, generally speaking, kind of just enhances the effects of both, but it is also its own thing. And you need to treat it like its own thing, because I'll tell you what, I have never been so sick from drugs in my life as when I overdid it on cocaine and alcohol at the same time, and yeah. I would seem to be especially sensitive to cocaethylene. So when I do both of those things at once, I basically, Like, I drink half as much as I normally would. And I take it real easy on both things, and I end up having a great time. And I just gotta, like, the biggest challenge is just don't, you know, I don't care if the drink is tasty, sip, you know? Don't get absent-minded about it. Be mindful of, you know, how much alcohol you're taking in. Measure your mixed drinks, you know? All of that shit. 'Cause yeah, if you start to be sick because you did too much of those two things at the same time, you are about to be sick for hours. There's no vomiting this up. The thing that's making you sick is actively being metabolized inside of your body, and that's going to continue to occur for hours. So, you about to be sick for a while if you do too much of those. But a little bit. Anyway, generally speaking though, Robin Williams has my favorite cocaine quote. He says that cocaine is God's way of telling you that you have too much money. That is generally speaking how I feel about that drug. And as such, I have never paid for cocaine in my life. Both because I hang out with some nice folks who make more money than me, and also there's really not as many benefits to looking like I do as people seem to think there are, but free cocaine is one of them. So, you take the perks where you can get them. And that's a pretty literal one. What did Neil Brennan have to say about it? Or no, are you talking about, did he take a dissociative? I would want to know what he said. Oh, this is the quote, okay. Like, here I am, it's 10 a.m. on a Monday in my doctor's well-lit office, and I'm tripping out like I'm at Coachella. Yeah, that would be super weird, I'll be honest. Like, fucking K-holing at a clinic? I mean, I'd take it, sure, but, like, it just doesn't seem like the place where I'd want to be like that, you know? Like, I don't know. I still have some, like, I have some spiritual feelings about drugs that are still kind of difficult for me to put language to. But it is part of why I get offended that people will hear that I'm really into different drugs and just make a bunch of assumptions that I'm, like, reckless or don't care about what I'm putting in my body or don't respect my body or don't respect the substances that I take or whatever. That's offensive to me. You know, generally I'm kind of difficult to offend. I just mean offensive in terms of, like, I feel like there is something real in me that you are insulting when you say that. I guess. That's maybe how I feel about it. 'Cause, like, I've always had this kind of, like, weird respect towards drugs that I suppose started with, like, a family history of addiction, but regardless, that I've maintained. And any affection that I have for drugs is not coming from a place of, like, escapism, necessarily, or fun, or, what's the word? Decadence, I guess? Like, I'm not just trying to get fucked up. I mean, sometimes, sure, but for the most part, no. And I think if you are just taking drugs to get fucked up, you are absolutely doing that for the wrong reasons. I mean, you know, in excess. Like, Nick drinks a few beers a night, generally. If he wants to do that, that's fine. If he's only doing that to chill out, that's cool. I'm not about to sit here and tell him he can't do that. My ass especially is not about to sit here and tell him he can't do that. But just as a rule of thumb. You know, if someone wants to use drugs in moderation to just unwind from their stressful ass job. How do I get over there, dude? Like, you get one chance, basically. You get one chance to fucking get over there, and if you don't do it, you're fucked easily. You can't get over there. Like, I feel like I've just... Literally, how long have I been doing this one segment? It's terrible. This sucks. I need to just watch somebody do this. No, please.
Hey, that hurts!
I'm watching this shit. Okay, I just happened to go exactly to the part here. Oh, you float. I was not floating after I did that. Okay. That would appear to be what I have to do. I don't think you can actually get over there if you don't float, so alright. That's the missing link. For fuck's sake. Yeah. Another thing that's funny about people, you know, if they choose to do that, I should be clear, I've not faced a lot of open stigma for my fucking drug use, if only because I'm generally pretty hush-hush about it, and I don't, you know, go around wearing drug things or generally spouting off about this kind of shit. I just don't think it's anybody's business. Additionally, I'm not a fucking evangelist. You know, I'm here to provide information for people and tell you, like, hey, this thing could be useful for this. You might want to try this for this, regardless of whether or not that's currently legal to do. If I think something will help you, I'll tell you about it. But, like, what am I trying to say with that? I feel like I need to write about this. It's been a while since I've fully kind of introspected and reevaluated my relationship with drugs. Like, all of them. And kind of pin down my philosophy on this shit. 'Cause I definitely feel ways about this in a way that I could put down in a concrete way.
I got you, Mr. Bunny!
And I think I should, because I kind of don't think there's a lot, or at least enough, of the kind of perspective I have on drugs in the world. I think there is too much pro-drug or anti-drug happening. And indeed, I am not either. I think value that is counterproductive in every way. Honestly.
I got you, Mr. Bunny!
Because to me, like, when you get far enough into my way of thinking about it, you hear someone call, like, a particular drug evil or poison or something, and it sounds like somebody calling, like, a hammer poison, or like like a wrench poison. It's like, dude, why are you feeling all these ways about wrenches? Like, they're tools. They're chemical tools, and like, you really can't allow yourself to get so wrapped up in the stigma and the just persistent cultural story of what drug use is, and allow that to cloud your judgment with regard to what is actually happening with these things. I know it's very easy to get lost in, Indeed, there are still some drugs that I have certain, probably faulty perceptions of just because I've never experienced them or been around people that used them or, you know, whatever. Like, because I'm not familiar with PCP, I have that, like, yeah, PCP makes you crazy, even though it's probably not true at all. It's just a dissociative. I literally know what it does. But, like, fucking, I'm trying to think of the last potent pop culture reference in my brain to PCP. I could think of a couple. There was like, wasn't that one of the Chappelle shows, the one with Wayne Brady? I think that, like, didn't he fucking smoke a joint with him that was like laced with PCP and he didn't tell him and he was like laughing at him when he started tripping? Villain Wayne Brady was a stroke of genius. I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm cool to let go of Dave Chappelle. That's fine. I just
Hey, that hurts!
there's just some things about that show that are still good, and they're never not gonna be good. And I'm sorry. That was back before he said too much dumb shit about anybody in particular, right? So you like that stuff? I don't know, man.
That hurts! My face! My face!
I should really just, like, once I get on a sword, like, I should just not panic, because, like, I'm good at that point. Like, if I could just chill, I'm gonna get to him in time, and everything's gonna be fine. Waddle faster.
Please, Mr. Bond! Oh, I got you, Mr.
Yeah, I would do very questionable things for the ability to do a save state here. God. Just focus. Fucking focus. We're almost through our drugs, so that's good. I think that was all I wanted to say about dissociatives. I just enjoy talking about them because I enjoy them. I've heard people speak about nitrous, like whippets in particular, if you're doing that with the same, you know, it's so short acting, why would you bother, blasé attitude that I think about cocaine with. Which I can understand that comparison. I suppose that's fair. And nitrous lasts way less long. Now, when you're at a dentist's office, you've got a giant tank of the shit and they're just giving you a steady flow of it. But when you're doing whippets, it's just these little... they're just meant for making whipped cream. And it's very funny to me that, like, the companies that make these things, they know goddamn well that probably upwards of 80-90% of these little canisters that they make are just going directly into people's lungs, and they just... And there's, like, nods to it on the marketing on the boxes, too. Like, these do not look like boxes for a whipped cream-related product. They look like drug paraphernalia. It's very funny. Anyway, it's even shorter. It's really just this, like, the funny little novelty, even more so than cocaine. However, it's a lot cheaper. I would say it's probably more fun to do with other people. I don't know. No, cocaine is more of a social drug. I will give cocaine this. It's unique in that I have never encountered a drug that, like, its primary effect was making you feel up your own ass. Like, I've described it as, like, snorting ego, which it fucks with dopamine a lot in a way that just makes everything you're doing seem like a really good idea for at least a little bit. Just a real self-assuredness that you're not gonna get anything else. For sure. Okay. I'm trying to think of a good example of like just very blatant. Nick had a friend in college. This might have been when he worked at the record store. I can't remember.
That hurts!
Shit, hit the wrong button! I can do it. Please. I hope the drug talk is entertaining. I'm glad you're here at least, Alex. Cause like a very similar just hell loop happened with when I was in that Waterloo world. And I swear I had a memory of being stuck at that exact same little platforming segment the last time I played it. Anyway, I got like, I don't like getting that fucking salty when I stream. And usually when I have other people here, I can kind of like turn it into something that we're all laughing about rather than something that's just making me feel alone and defeated and horrible.
Not me! Grab the bunny! I'm not a... Oh, I got you, Mr. Bunny!
What do we got left, anyway? In pathogens and PTSD treatment. The last of which is intended to be something that permits me to talk about every class of drug that we covered, because they all pretty much go into potentially treating PTSD, which I think is interesting. In particular, the only empathogen that I'm going to spend any amount of time talking about, which is MDMA, otherwise known as Molly, ecstasy, I don't know what kids are calling it these days. I've always just called it MDMA for the most part. I feel like it's not that complicated to just say the thing, you know?
My face!
also, I feel like it kind of distinguishes you from people who are taking it just as a party drug. Ooh, that was fucking, wow, that was really great. Funny. Stay put, shit. Oh my god, you're too dumb to walk around pools! MDA is another one. MDA is just... Hold on. It's also an amphetamine, right? Which, yeah, I may have mentioned MDMA when I talked about stimulants, and it is indeed a stimulant, for sure, but I would not describe that as the primary effect of the drug. Yeah, I was gonna ask if MDA was a prodrug of MDMA. Let's see. I think this is the one. Yeah, SAS. Which, yeah, isn't MDA and MDMA both made from fucking sassafras? Bonkers shit, man. Empathogens are also called entactogens, but I find empathogen is more of a useful word. I guess, what does entactogen mean exactly? Doesn't that just mean it makes you fucking touchy? Yeah, touching within entactogen. I like empathogen because it really gets at the core of what the fuck MDMA does. Which, if I have to pick a favorite drug, it's gotta be that one, for sure. It's the one that I think is most important of anything I've talked about. It's got the most therapeutic potential of everything I've talked about. Calling it fun almost feels disrespectful. Like, it feels like, yeah, okay, it's fun. But if you're just taking that drug to have fun, you're missing the point. Because, maybe if you're not someone who's experienced a lot of social anxiety in your life, you don't understand why MDMA is so unique and important, but to someone who's never been in a social situation, especially not in a crowd, without feeling a certain level of palpable anxiety, to be able to be in a bunch of people and not feel anything resembling anxiety, but to just feel like content and connected with other people in the world, and just like, that's not only cool in that moment, it it opens up a whole new way for your brain to think about things. Like, whenever I'm in a socially anxious situation that might be generating those feelings for me, I can remember what it felt like to be that way. And it allows me to, maneuver into a headspace that makes the world easier to deal with. Like, if you're not learning shit every time you take that drug, you're fucking it up. That's really how I feel about that. That one in particular, because I know I said it's probably got the most therapeutic utility and all that of anything I talked about. It's also one of the more dangerous things I've talked about, so do not fuck around with that. It's the one that's probably the most important to test, just because people try to pass off any number of things that may or may not be dangerous as Molly, because it's very popular. the odds of you going to some, you know, fucking dance event and picking up actual MDMA from a rando is, I would say that's just straight up not gonna happen. I mean, I guess it could. You might get lucky. But I don't know, maybe Alex could speak to this better than me, but I feel like the odds of you actually getting MDMA pure and good from some rando in a crowd, in the US at least. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't really speak to how easy it is to get in other countries, but regardless. A lot of the things that get sold as Molly in the United States are MDA, which I don't think I've ever tried that. I've heard it's fun, sure. But it's not MDMA. The M makes a difference. The extra M. So, yeah, the thing that makes it special relative to the other things I talked about is the social utility of it and the way it makes people uniquely capable of having difficult conversations and like confronting their trauma or speaking to a loved one about something really uncomfortable, or like I've had excellent couples therapy while rolling. Okay, I need to. This is how I'm not unpausing this game until I figure out how the fuck to get off of the tightrope and back onto the tightrope when I am swinging on it. It's probably going to take me at least 5 minutes of Googling. But I don't care. If I have to do this segment again, I'm going to have an aneurysm, and I don't think anybody wants that. So I'm just gonna Google. So yeah, there are, you know, other drugs you can take that might make you more able to have difficult conversations. Obviously, alcohol is famous for that sort of thing. But I promise you, drunk has nothing on rolling when it comes to opening up to people. I can't even describe it. Like, as a person who's tried to discuss the same trauma while sober and while rolling, there is no comparing those two things. Like, it's just completely fucking different. And I can't describe it to someone who's never had the privilege, really, of discussing their trauma without anxiety. And that is what this drug gives people. And to be clear, I think it's most useful as a therapeutic aid, whether you're getting therapy from a, you know, professional or you're just talking to someone about your shit, which is how I've ever had useful conversations while rolling. I've never done that with an actual therapist, but I've had people that functioned as therapists to me, at least for the duration of that. And it's been real useful. I swear to God. It's just not gonna tell me, is it? I'm gonna have a stroke. I almost screamed. I almost screamed. Okay, so it didn't put me back. That That's good. Okay, 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 okay.
My face!
Losers. Fuck away.
Huh? Oh, I got you,
Dumb
Mr.
little
Bunny.
beanie hat bitch. God, it keeps going. I've been doing the same segment for at least an hour and a half. Where did you go, man? Like, God, I'm so fucking sick of this. How the fuck did I get up there? Okay, I don't see a stupid health bar anymore. That means he's not taking damage anymore. I don't really care if you shoot me if you're not actually knocking me off. You don't know where to go. Got these.
We did it! We saved all the bunnies! Now it's time for the main event. Come on!
It's over. I mean, the level keeps going on for quite some time after this, but there's literally nothing else here that could be worse than that. So it's got to be all downhill from here, right? Fuck, man. Okay. So, segueing into PTSD treatment here. I'm just briefly gonna tell you something about how memories work. So, your memories are... You only have one copy of that file, so to speak. So, whenever you recall a memory, you are bringing the one file you have and opening it in your brain and essentially lighting up the same parts of your brain roughly that lit up when you were having that experience. And every time you reopen any given memory, it is subject to being altered before you put it back. So the process of recalling it really, excuse me, kind of alters it. Just by virtue of, like, why you brought it up. Is this a story you're telling someone? In what context? What's the tone? Like, you know the fucking trope of the fucking uncle who every time he tells the story about how he caught that fish, it gets a little bit bigger? That's because every time fucking Uncle Steve was telling this goddamn story, he was doing it for, like, a bunch of fucking nieces and nephews and cousins and whatever. And he was trying to make a big show of it and tell them a good story, so he exaggerated a little bit. So every time he remembered this fish, he remembered it, whether or not he was, you know, playing it up for the audience or not, he remembered it being a little bit bigger. And when he put that memory back, that fish, to him, really was a little bit bigger, because that is how he last remembered it. So, I say that to say this. I keep playing here. Oh, this. That's at the very beginning of the level. And then, no, that's the trunk tag that I need. I definitely punched that. I swear to God.
Man!
I fucking hate you. I want to punch you more. God. The big top. Now, why did his butcher-ass father... Like, why bunnies? Jesus Christ. It's fucked up, man. I saw some hop. I guess not. Let me finish this thought before I go in there. So, with, you know, Big Fish story, obviously that's like a low stakes, chill example of altering memories. This also works for traumatic memories. So, if you have a particular traumatic memory or recurring set of traumatic memories that happened under similar circumstances or something like that, and you get yourself in a mental state where you are not stressed out while talking about those memories, either because you took some empathogen like MDMA or you took a bunch of a beta blocker like propranolol or any number of other ones. That's just the one I take. I think metoprolol is the most common one, if I remember correctly. Yeah. That's the one we dole out at the pharmacy most often, metoprolol. I don't know why I take propranolol as opposed to that. I think maybe because this is just almost exclusively used to treat heart patients, whereas propranolol is used for other things as well. Yeah, propranolol is something that gets prescribed for, like, performance anxiety, for example, which I guess is technically one reason that I have it. Actually, I remember when I was giving a talk on the thing that I'm telling you about right now, i.e. MDMA and its utility insofar as a therapeutic aid for treating PTSD. I took propranolol for that talk. And I took quite a bit, actually, because I was extremely nervous. Because this was not only, like, I was doing this talk for this person who I was hoping could mentor me, so I was trying to impress him, and it was also shit that, like, I was talking about trauma, not so much like my own trauma, but still talking about trauma in front of other people, even in the abstract, is kind of stressful when you've personally dealt with some shit. And I don't know, I was just hella nervous and I didn't want to be shaky for it, so I took a bunch of propranolol, and as a result, I don't really remember that talk very well. I remember it better than I would think, given how much of it I took. Because it impedes your memory, it impedes your ability to form new memories when you can't, like when your heart rate isn't up and you don't have your amygdala going in particular. And you're not as, like, emotionally heightened, it's difficult for you to really sear memories into your head, which is one of the reasons that trauma is such a problem for your fucking brain, is because you get it stuck in there, branded by memory, and it's really hard to get it out.
This is my favorite ride!
Oh boy. Tunnel of Love. Great. So anyway, the idea, you take something, ideally MDMA, but, you know, difficult to get a hold of, used properly, etc. Sure. Or propranolol, or some other beta blocker, which are very easy to get a hold of. Very cheap, very safe, all that. And while you are in this state, where you are less able to get worked up, less likely to get worked up, you recall those stressful memories while in this state where you can't, for one reason or another, get so upset about them. you fully recall them, you fully bring them into your head. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's not still a little uncomfortable, even when you're rolling, especially depending on what happened to you. For sure, but it's certainly better than trying to, you know, do it sober, so... Shit, what the fuck? Okay? What the... Where was I supposed to go? What the fuck? Okay. Cool, good. Anyway, the idea is that, with these different drugs as therapeutic aids, you can not rewrite your memories, but recontextualize them and kind of suck the emotional venom out of them such that they stop sort of poisoning your brain with PTSD symptoms. Because once you drain that, like, the emotional content and the stress, and in particular that, like, elevated heart rate, sympathetic, fight, flight, fawn, or freeze shit, when you suck that out of the traumatic memory that you're carrying, it does so much to just neutralize it. It's really difficult to describe. And I actually can, there's a difference in my brain between the drugs that, or rather the memories that I used propranolol to deaden and the memories that I used MDMA to process. Which I actually didn't mean to use different words for that, but it just came out that way because that's what it feels like. So the memories that I, what did I say, deadened with propranolol, I'm able to recall those now as like, almost like a movie that happened to somebody else. Like, I can think about those things and it still brings me some discomfort, but for the most part, it kind of just feels like, yeah, like a documentary about a person who was not me. Like, it's some shit that happened. I was there, but I have little recollection of the emotionality that was associated with the experience. Which, given the memories, that is preferable. That is good. That is fine. You know, a lot of memories, especially traumatic ones, are not things you want to really be remembering at all. So it's fine if you just want to suck the emotional content out of that as much as you can. Whereas the things and memories that I've processed while rolling, they feel more completely dealt with. I don't feel like I just neutralized those memories and those painful things, but I feel more like I processed them and insofar as I was capable, turned them into something good. Which I guess maybe that was kind of, because I had already rolled and talked about the memories that I ended up further deadening with propranolol later in life after I found out about that research. And I guess that is what permitted me to psychologically deal with that shit. I would not say propranolol is a therapeutic aid in that it helps you talk about difficult shit. That's why I think MDMA is so uniquely useful. The propranolol is really just like if you're capable of talking about it already, even if it does make you, you know, really uncomfortable, if you're at least capable of getting through it, just for as long as it takes to get the memories recalled into your head and remembered while you're in that state that you can't get worked up, think about it for long enough, and then put that shit back. It's way more of a fucking get in, get out, just kind of get through it thing with the propranolol. Because it doesn't feel good. Like, there's nothing about that drug that's gonna make it necessarily that much easier to recall that shit from, like, a psychological standpoint. It's just making you physically unable to panic, but it's still gonna suck. Like, there's, you know... Whereas the MDMA just makes you completely cool with it in a way that I just can't describe to people who haven't experienced it. It's impossible. Like, there was a fucking saying with psychedelics back in the 60s or whatever. See you on the other side, because you can't explain to people what the fuck that's like to trip. I do feel that way about psychedelics, but I feel even more that way about MDMA. I cannot describe what MDMA does. Can't do it. You have to do it. I want you to do it. Whoever you are, if you're capable of taking this drug, I want you to do it. I feel very strongly about it. If you want to say I have an agenda with any drug in particular, it's MDMA. Absolutely. I will wear that as a badge of fucking honor. Honestly. There is incredible therapeutic utility to that fucking drug. Unmatched. Unmatched. I'll say it. Unfucking matched. In terms of treating trauma especially, PTSD, there's nothing that can touch it. There's nothing that can touch it. The fucking amount of drugs we have tried to throw at PTSD, of different shades and flavors and ways of arriving into people's lives, nothing has had the immediate efficacy of MDMA for so many people that have tried it. And it's just, it's fighting this uphill battle of stigma and bullshit and all this stuff to get to where it needs to be. But this is why it keeps passing through clinical trials, because people see these results, they're unfucking heard of compared to every other psychiatric drug we've ever thrown at this problem, and it's doing, it's miracle shit. It's doing miraculous shit for people who were otherwise tortured by this extremely complex problem that we've otherwise been basically unable to simply treat. It's fucking great. Like, yeah, I will not shut up about MDMA as a therapeutic aid. I feel like I owe it to the world to not shut up about that. Because it needs good PR. Like, holy shit, does that drug need PR. Like, I am the MDMA lobby. I'm the Boswellia lobby and the MDMA lobby. Hippie shit. Sorry, saying something in chat here. Yeah, beta blockers, that's it. So, while your memories, when you're initially forming new memories, I should keep playing the game, I'm sorry. God, I've been done with the Red Bull for at least 15 minutes. Can I please stop belching? Oh my god. Not yet, apparently. So, your memories, when you're initially forming them, take a while to, it's called consolidate. That consolidation process happens over the course of a couple hours, I think is the time scale. So before a memory is initially consolidated, it is still in limbo with regard to how it exists in your head, and it is subject to being changed. What are we doing here exactly? Do I go in here now? Okay, fuck.
Help! You gotta help me protect the bunnies!
Hey, little Oli. It's okay. Those monsters are gone now. The bunnies are safe. We're all safe.
No! It's not safe! He's coming!
Who's coming?
My dad.
Your dad? The butcher?
He says little bunnies are good for nothing! Nothing but food!
Here, little
Like, low-key, though, they're not even good for that. I've never known a butcher that was, like, real keen on murdering bunnies. Like, sorry to be crass about it, but you're not talking about a lot of meat there. Like... You're gonna be killing critters for food? Leave bunnies alone, man. Like, you guys, like... I don't think I've ever had rabbit. No, I probably had it in New Orleans and maybe don't remember it. It's not remarkable. It's not a lot of meat, very tough, nothing unique tasting about it. Like, go eat a gator. Man, it's gonna taste the same and it would eat you. Like, I wanna know what kind of, like, what is the name for that diet? I only eat animals that would eat me if they had the chance. What is that diet? Self-defense carnivore? Like, what's... I don't know if that really counts unless the critter was, like, trying to kill you. Because, like, I'm not about to go hunt down a gator. I just think that's a funny moral line to draw. Wow, what am I supposed to do with him exactly? Where am I at here? Alphivore? Fuck off. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just reading now, y'all. I'm not in the mood to fucking play around with this game after it made me do that segment for like an hour. Horseshit. Like, I'm just gonna get through it. Okay, the butcher chases you with his cleavers, so run and use shield to protect yourself from his attacks. When he jams his cleaver into the ground, it gets stuck, so climb up his arm and hit him in the head. Do this 2 more times to beat him. Okay. This is not the only time you fight him. This should be obvious, but... Okay. Shield or get equipped.
Come here, little bunny.
Run up his arm, apparently. Fucking Christ. Do I need to levitate up his arm? Like, what is the deal? I definitely ran up his arm. I'm not sure how I could have done it quicker, but okay.
Here, bunny, bunny, bunny.
Yep. Yep.
Alright, I hit him once. I guess you gotta jump a little bit. Sorry, I was in the middle of a thought about, beta blockers. And I didn't finish it. Let me do that before I lose focus again. Okay, man. Just kicking me. Cunt. So while your memories are initially consolidating, they're subject to the same alterations that I mentioned when you recall them.
Come here.
So before they're initially finalized, they're okay, get it stuck, man. Get it stuck. Let's go. Do the thing. Do the thing. Please, just let me hit it again. God damn it. So anyway, if you can take propranolol while the memories are still being, or any beta blocker. take any beta blocker in, high doses. Such that you're able to keep your sympathetic system in check while that memory is being consolidated. You will be less able to store that in a state that is likely to cause symptoms of PTSD. Basically.
What's going on here? What have you done to our circus?
Dad!
Polluted. Perverted. This looks like the work of mentalists.
I can explain.
Have you been associating with psychics?
Dad,
Psychics. Fortune tellers. They killed your grandfather. They cursed our entire family to die in water.
Yes, but...
Including you, Rasputin. And me. But I'm going to live. You know why?
You look like a zombie,
because
dude.
I'm still an acrobat. Let's see if you are. What's it going to be, son? Die in the water? Or show me what you got?
Oh boy. So, yeah, you're right about that. Now, if you experience trauma, you experienced trauma. Beta blockers are not going to change that reality one way or the other. However, not all trauma causes PTSD. I feel like a lot of folks don't know this. Not every time you're traumatized do you develop PTSD. PTSD is a special thing that happens after particular trauma, depending on the person, depending on what they went through, etc. It doesn't happen every time you experience trauma. Thank God. But yeah, it doesn't. Like, I've experienced plenty of trauma in my life. I would say only, I guess you could call it 2 collective experiences have given me PTSD. Like, there was plenty of trauma in my childhood, but I didn't develop PTSD from that. I developed an anxiety disorder in adulthood, and it arguably made me more able to develop depression later in life, but there's really no saying either way on that. I'm sure it contributed. But point being, I didn't get any PTSD from shit that happened to me as a kid. The first thing I got that from was doing animal research, which I'm not gonna talk about right now, but soon, hopefully. Just feels weird to say, but really. And I generally being stalked, like that whole like everybody on some level at some point traumatized me. I don't know what in particular generated the PTSD, but there's definitely some shit there. So but I can't attribute that to any one particular event or sets of events. I guess maybe if I thought about it, I could isolate a few things, but just that, it's just generally in my brain under having been stalked. Yeah. But sure, there's other things in my life that have caused me trauma that did not generate PTSD. It's possible to prevent, or it's just possible that it may not happen to you. Did I save? Okay, it looks like we're in like a different part of the level now, so that's good. Don't drown!
Maybe if you spend more time practicing your acrobatics and less time reading those comic books. Hey, son! Cats! Pretty good.
Fucking meat sheets, it's weird.
Quick! Up here! Before the cold, clammy hand of... Deflect! Hey, son! Cats! What? There you go.
Hey, where is the trapeze supposed to take me?
Here comes the water, boy. Help?
How do I get up? How do I get up? How do I get up? How do I climb onto the thing? How do I climb? Okay. Is that the whole time? I just have to be still, I guess?
There you go. Take that. Hey, son! Cats! You're coming. Now you can reach. Take that.
Shit. Okay, now I'm drowning then? Well, how was I supposed to deal with that? Just chilling out for a second here. I think that was the end of what I had to say here. I'll provide some closing thoughts, I suppose. So, essentially, the reason I wanted to talk about PTSD treatment last is because at some point, somebody with PTSD has been treated with everything we've talked about. Not the same person, obviously. I mean, I suppose there's a chance, but point is, it's a... You're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks with that. There is not, at the moment anyway, a well-defined clinical process for dealing with this. It's, you know, they do the talk therapy thing, but it's often not drug-assisted, which to me is just, depending on what somebody went through, akin to torture. Like, making someone recall something truly horrible without any, like, chemical buffer or assistance to make them more comfortable doing that, and just relying on, like, sheer willpower and the chill vibe of your therapist's office to soothe you through telling your story of, like, sexual assault or combat or whatever horrible fucking thing you went through. Like, that's barbaric to me. I imagine someone might hear that and think I'm being a bit much, but I don't think I am. That's torturous. That's why it's shitty to make people trot out their trauma so that you take their problems seriously. It's awful to make people do that. And we make people do it repeatedly, especially depending on who they are and how badly the problem or, you know, horrible thing that happened to them, how much it needs to be addressed. They might have to just trot out their trauma all the time just to get people to fucking listen and acknowledge this horrible fucking thing that's maybe happening to a lot of people. So I kind of got on a rant there. What was I trying to say? Point with that being is that it would be good if we had more of a procedure for dealing with PTSD. In particular, it would be great if this thing about beta blockers was common knowledge. I do remember going on this little rant when I was playing New Vegas about how, like, everybody should know this. Every paramedic, every combat medic especially, like, why in the whole fuck are... We should be giving people beta blockers after they go through some fucked up shit in any job, anywhere. I don't understand why we're not doing this today. Like, even if for some reason this research was found to not be as accurate as we maybe thought, first of all, for this to not be true or at least helpful in some meaningful way, it would undermine decades of research and shit we know about how memories are formed, about how your brain processes certain things. Like, this is not the kind of thing that's going to be debunked with one study. It's following a lot of basic laws and rules of neuroscience and pharmacology, and basically it's gonna keep working. Like, I have the utmost confidence in beta blockers being a treatment or a preventative for PTSD. There's no way that's gonna get debunked. And really, I think a lot of the reason I could say that with such confidence is that this shit has worked for me. It has worked for me to help deal with PTSD. Yeah. And these drugs, beta blockers, are very cheap. They are safe. They are easy to get a hold of.
You used to like that. Hey, son! Cat!
Can I not get on the platform with him? But how am I supposed to do this? I guess something else I wanted to say is that currently PTSD is, the procedure for dealing with PTSD is to cover it up with Band-Aids. And pretty much every drug that I mentioned that is not MDMA or beta blockers under select circumstances can be considered a Band-Aid for PTSD. Antidepressants are Band-Aids for PTSD. Anxiolytics are Band-Aids for PTSD. Antipsychotics are Band-Aids for PTSD. Pretty much everything on here that I've talked about that is not MDMA is not a cure, but a treatment for PTSD. Yeah, I'm saying this is a thing that can be cured. Not just processed and dealt with and made to the point where it's just not a big deal in your daily life, but I'm saying that with enough effort and treatment and drug-assisted therapy, this is something that we can fucking... I'm watching a video of somebody doing this. God, I'm trying to make a point, for God's sake. Fuck, this level sucks. Why would you make this the finale? It's so bad. Like, holy shit, man. Oh my god. I can't tell if this is the first one. I think it is. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep watching. Chill out for a second. Ugh. And, like, don't think I don't know what I sound like being like, this thing can cure PTSD. This extremely complex problem that we've only so much as scratched at therapeutically for decades and decades. I realize that sounds nuts, but that's a lot of the reason I won't shut up about it. Because I get that. Like, I need more people to sanely, in a nice, even tone, point out that MDMA is a revolutionary therapeutic aid for PTSD in particular. Hello, son. How you doing? We're talking about MDMA as a therapeutic aid for PTSD treatment. I'm not sure if I've ever talked to you about MDMA in particular. I don't really bring it up too much, even though I feel very strongly about it. It's a good drug. Again, dangerous. Not only do you need to be careful in terms of testing it, you need to be careful in terms of taking an appropriate amount for you. That's both with regard to your body weight and how you respond to this drug. The first time you take this shit, do not take a full dose. Seriously, don't do that. You need to know how you respond to it. I don't say that with most drugs, but this one in particular, you really need to know how the fuck it's gonna work with your body before you go taking a full dose. Yeah, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. They might call it something else over there, I don't know, but we call it PTSD over here. It's when you get traumatized, and as a result, you develop a bunch of, like, shitty behaviors and patterns and ways of living as a result of the trauma and the ruminating about it and the fearing it and a lot of shit. It's complicated. You were having trouble hearing me clearly due to cat. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad my computer isn't making me sound like a robot. So I guess you just need to, like, I guess I just need to get good. Like, I'm watching this and it's just like, they're just doing it better than me. So, alright, sure. It's more bashing my head against a wall. Oh my god. Anyway. So, yeah. Now, am I saying that every person who has PTSD, it is possible to cure that PTSD and it can be done with MDMA? No, I am not saying that. Fucking obviously. But I'm saying that for some people, it is indeed possible. And that's new. New and important and good. That it's even possible to meaningfully cure this extremely complex, notoriously difficult to treat problem. I'm gonna die. Well, first of all, son, I should ask if you ever had MDMA. This is otherwise known as Molly or ecstasy, or y'all probably have your own little nicknames for it over there. But it is pretty popular, so I imagine you've heard of it. You have? Okay, cool. You know how it makes you, like, totally fine with talking about literally anything? Even if it's something that made you extraordinarily uncomfortable in the past, or talking about it is really uncomfortable and difficult now. turns out, that drug has been in clinical trials as a therapeutic aid for talk therapy for post-traumatic stress disorder. So basically, people are taking this drug and... Okay, I'm trying to get on the platform with him, and it's just not letting me do that. Anyway, sorry. So, I don't think you were here for me discussing how memories work, but just a brief recap. Basically, you only have one copy of every memory or set of similar memories in your head. And every time you recall a particular memory is subject to being changed. Like physically changed in your brain such that when you recall it again, it will be different. Literally how do you get on that next one? Like, it's not possible. Oh, wow. I don't think I'm ever gonna replay this again. Like, I'm just being candid. Can I turn the music? Absolutely, I can do that. 100%. You got it. I opened this segment of the game saying, like, I can feel that this music is gonna irk me. It's gonna start irking me and feel like it's mocking me. It's gonna start stressing me out. I'm gonna take that voice down a little bit, too. Like, you shut the fuck up. You can shut the fuck up, my guy. Okay. And thank you for asking. I appreciate it. This is irritating enough without dealing with that shit. I finished the Red Bull upwards of 20 or 25 minutes ago, and I can't stop belching. Actually, you know what it is? I have now not taken Nexium for probably the better part of a week, which is like the longest I've gone without taking it in probably years. So I'm experiencing a lot of rebound reflux right now. I'm sure that has something to do with it. You actually have PTSD because of some shit that happened when you were 14? I mean, you'll have to forgive me for sounding presumptuous, but based on a number of things you've told me about your life, I assumed something had given you PTSD at some point. Frankly, if that's all you have it from, is that one thing, I would count yourself pretty lucky. It's like, you told me a couple stories that I could very easily see someone struggling with later on. Yeah, like, I got PTSD from less. Like, just... And that's another thing, too. PTSD is fucking relative as fuck. Not everybody is gonna get PTSD from the same shit. Indeed, if the same person under different circumstances encounters the same experience, they might not get PTSD. Depending on where they're at in their life, they might not develop PTSD, even if they went through the same thing. Like, it's very, very, very circumstantial whether or not any given trauma is going to cause symptoms of PTSD. And it's a spectrum. Like you mentioned, the PTSD that you have from the thing that happened when you were 14 is very mild. That's fortunate. I had, I would say, moderate PTSD, or have, rather. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I've dealt with the stalker shit. I've not. I've not. Just straight up. Like, I've processed it enough to, like, get through my life and get through my day and talk about it a little bit, but yeah, there's still a lot of unresolved things there. For sure. Did I just see a bug? What the fuck just... I swear something fell from my ceiling. Losing my mind. Okay. Still can't see a cop on your street without your pulse racing, but it doesn't give you night terrors. I mean, it's a spectrum, you know? Like, I don't think I ever had any nightmares related to any of my trauma, but that's also just... For all I know, I did. I don't remember my dreams very well. I never really have. So, for all I know, I maybe could have been, but not that I was remembering. My PTSD was more manifested in becoming a lot more risk-averse in strange ways that I didn't used to be. Made me more distrustful of people. Especially after the stalker shit. I am just... Like, I might be being nice to you, but, like... not you specifically. I trust you. I feel like we've been friends for a long time at this point. But I just mean when I'm meeting a new person, I'm talking to a new person, I will be friendly with them, of course, but, like, I don't trust people anymore. Oh my god. Yeah, that's just been, like, my ability to form trust and, like, relationships with brand new people has been severely diminished. Yeah. A good thing I had plenty of friends before that happened, I guess, but... Hypervigilance, a lot of that. Whole lot of that. I would still hesitate to describe anything the PTSD saddled me with as proper paranoia. But... yeah, just kind of the constant fear that the worst would happen, preparing for the worst, like the stress of constantly being prepared for whatever the worst thing that could happen is, the stress of expecting the worst. And just like, I like, prior to FSU, like the first time I encountered symptoms of PTSD, it kind of just fucked with my personality in ways that were obviously PTSD driven. This jump, like...
No, you can't really catch those.
It didn't even indicate that I was taking damage, like...
They crash.
Like, when you used to be a generally very outgoing person that, you know, was easy to trust people, and, like, you go through some shit, and suddenly you're a lot more suspicious of people, you're a lot more, afraid of novelty, and just, like, doing anything new or even remotely risky.
No, you can't.
Like, that's not normal, and it took me a while to really put the pieces together and start acknowledging that this was PTSD. And, you know, obviously speaking to a therapist about it helped too. I don't see where I have to jump from here. Hold on. I'm looking at this video. I'm so done with this fucking game. Like, God. This This last level is so, like, I'm never replaying this. I've heard the sequel is good. I'll be happy to play and replay that, I'm sure. I am never playing this again. This is so fucking miserable. I love this game to death, and this is not worth it. Like, you had a similar reaction to this game. I don't remember being quite this frustrated by it when I first played it. But yeah, I will never play this again. I'll just fondly remember it. Maybe I'll go back and watch my streams of it. Sure. I don't see myself playing this again. I really don't. Excuse me. You have to tell people that you sleep with that there's a non-zero chance you'll wake up completely disoriented and prone to violent outbursts, so they know to try not to interact with you if it happens. Are you, like, sleepwalking when you do that? You say you're disoriented, but, like, huh. Yeah, that's it's awful. Like, I would hardly know how to deal with something like that. Like, not even just nightmares, but, like, waking up in the middle of the night and not knowing what the fuck, and potentially being a danger to people. It sucks. It's fucking terrible. It makes me feel grateful that whatever PTSD I did develop, I either nipped it in the bud before it could get too bad, or it just never became that bad to begin with. I don't know, but I'm grateful all the time it's not worse. 'Cause, yeah, it can be completely fucking debilitating. And in a way that people have trouble empathizing with, that's difficult to treat. That does not leave a lot of options for you. It's scary and lonely. It sucks, and it's one of the reasons I don't shut up about MDMA as a PTSD treatment. Because it's batshit to me that we have this thing that's like the only thing that we've ever found that is even sometimes meaningfully curing this for some people. Yeah. I really should have checked up on where it was in the clinical trials before I did this stream, but I haven't. It's gotta be like we gotta be rolling that out by now. Like, when I gave that talk, it was in, like, stage 3 or something. Like, it's gotta be out there. Well, I'm basically kind of psychotic. I had gathered that, yeah, you have something of a disorder in that range there, yeah. And it rarely happens. I think it's happened 5 times over nearly 2 years. That's pretty infrequently, but, you know, still. Enough to know about. Okay, there's a platform here. Is there an autosave? Like, can somebody, like, please... God, please let there be a fucking save.
Maybe if you spend more time practicing your acrobatics and less time reading those comic books, you would be up here by now. No, you can't read those. Think fast. Good. Pretty good. You used to like the cats. Here you go. Incoming!
What's all the bubbles? Is it just neat?
Hey, son! Catch! Think fast! Watch it!
Fucking kind. I'm about to murder my dad. What's that called? Patricide? Papa-cide. I'm about to kill him. I'm gonna murder him.
There you go.
Zombie face. That is what I would like.
Now you can't read those.
Okay, how am I supposed to get over there at all? Oh, I'm never playing this again. Never in my life. Absolutely fucking not. Oh boy. I'm surprised that this memory, or rather this game, managed to instill such a solid set of positive memories in me, despite being seemingly filled with segments like this where, okay, can I slide on the rail or something? Am I seriously gonna have to look up this part that was right after? Just misery. Oh my god. Wish I had more drug shit to talk about. I think that was it though. Son, you seem to know plenty about drugs yourself, but did you have any questions? Happy to answer them insofar as I'm capable. Drug shit is always fun. I like talking about this stuff. Okay, it looks like this person is getting stuck at the same spot I am. That's encouraging. Or at least, you know, makes me feel less alone, I suppose. Sure, where can I get Molly on my health insurance, man? Okay, so you just gotta dodge. Oh my god. I hate how, like, every time I look up what I have to do, the answers just get good. There's no secret. Just gotta do it exactly right. Fuck you. Get bent. Eat shit.
You used to like that. There you go. Incoming. Think fast. No, you can't read those.
Come on. Oh, fuck. Christ. Yeah, after the revolution or whatever, when we start a glorious new utopia, everybody gets free Molly for therapeutic purposes. It's platform I'm running on. Everybody gets Molly if you need it. Now we'd have to keep a pretty tight leash on that, because sure, okay, it's fun. Alright. But it should be a Schedule 2 drug, not a Schedule 1 drug. Yeah, there's a lot of abuse potential, but if we're gonna have pain pills on the market, oxycodone and whatnot, we should definitely have MDMA there. God. I guess some other things to know about MDMA in particular. I would not take it more than once every 6 months. There's a good deal of evidence that you could take it more than that without harming yourself, but... It's more than just you don't want to hurt yourself. It's also, it's not as effective or useful if you use it much more often than that. Okay, what are we doing here? Do you slide or what? Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Dude, give me more checkpoints. Fucking Christ. Yeah, using Molly too much will more than just make you sick. It'll give you brain damage. It'll give you the sort of brain damage that will make you unable to achieve organic happiness ever again. You can probably grow some of it back, but honestly, I wouldn't count on it. Not worth it. I promise that drug will net you a lot more positiveness over time if you just take less of it.
Hey, son, catch!
Okay, what are we doing, children? What is this? Okay, what? I'm holding the control stick down, by the way. Physics be damned. Look at this.
Dad,
literally what the— I don't care. I don't care.
No! I
The
used
depths.
the acrobatics you taught me.
Don't lie to me, cheater. You crystal ball readers always cheat. You're no son of mine.
Oli, are you okay? Where's your dad?
He's over there, talking to your dad.
He did what?
Uh-oh.
Somebody's going to get grounded.
Make that ground.
Get it? Because he's a butcher. Fun. Okay, so this is the same fight, but worse. And now I'm supposed to use these to hurt him.
Can't get a good grip.
Hey, son, catch! Oh.
Watch it.
Here, bunny, bunny, bunny.
Can't get a good grip.
Okay, can I not run between your big, stupid stick legs? Are you kidding? I hit you, cunt. I hit you directly again.
Can't get a good grip.
Can't move. Stun locked. Cool. Good.
Bunny.
Hit you right in the knee. Right in the knee. I literally never. Sweet Jesus. How on earth? I have so many positive memories of this gameplay. Oh god, that's fucked. Ooh, the sound effects. Stop it. Ew.
Rasputin! I see your skull is as hard to penetrate as ever.
Dad!
What is your brain doing out here in this tank with this other brain? And who are all these unconscious people? What have you gotten yourself involved with?
Psychics. He's been cavorting with filthy, cheating psychics.
Is that really?
Is that really how I look in your mind? Man, do I hate psychics. And seeing my son happy. I don't hate psychics. I used my psychic connection with you to find you, and to project myself into your mind.
But how can you hate me for being psychic if you're psychic too?
Son, I could never hate you. I only wanted you to be happy, Rasputin. And safe. Our family has many enemies. I have a lot more hair than that. Now, son, we have to carefully unweave your psyche from that other brain. We don't want anything bad to happen while your mind is in this tangled state. The damage could be permanent.
Yeah, son, I have no idea. I, like, only really had positive memories of this game. I guess I must have just otherwise liked it so much. I don't know.
Look at how huge I am!
And I think I can juggle now.
And I do. I still love this game, but
So you are the strong one here. But I'm about to
oh
give
my
you
god.
my son. You must take care of it. Because it's everything I've got.
I think what it was is that like, my memories of everything else just overshadowed whatever struggles I had with the gameplay. But I'm just, like, I'm having a moment like when I streamed Mass Effect 1, which was the second time I was playing it. I think it was the same thing with that game. Like, I got through it and the clunkiness didn't stick out to me. I guess maybe just because it was novel and that was kind of clouding the memory of it because I was still learning. But after I beat 1, 2, and 3 and went back and played 1, 2, and 3 to stream it, it was much, much more noticeable. And yeah, I remember saying at several points throughout playing, or streaming specifically, Mass Effect 1, I don't see myself playing this again. Granted, this was before they announced that they were going to do a remaster, which looks lovely, seems to be a lot smoother. I will eventually play the remaster once I upgrade my computer, because there'd really be no point in trying to play those remastered games on a computer that could barely handle the originals. Yeah, Mass Effect 1 is quite jank. But it's a great first game in a series. They accomplish a lot of character development and world building. What am I supposed to do while I'm gigantic? I'm about to fucking die. Attack the two-headed monster when Raz is gigantic as quickly as possible, since you're only giant for about 5 to 8 seconds. When you're regular size, shield yourself when it attacks you, so you can also... Oh, that's a different sentence. You can also try turning invisible and wait, since the giant gauge fills up automatically. So you have to wait before you turn into a giant again. Okay, understood. Okay, so I had exactly enough time to run over here. It says invisibility.
You always were slow one.
So you can't see my giant glowing ball? That's just funny. Okay, so now how do I use the invisibility?
Buddy.
Oh. Okay, do I at least regenerate with full health? Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Come on. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do a, I guess at this point, 4th drug stream. I'll be labeling this one 2.5 since I'm covering the remainder of the classes of drugs that I wanted to cover before. I got through a lot. I was surprised. I thought I'd be too allergy-addled and unhappy. Low energy to really get through it all, but...
Don't run.
We stayed on topic. We got there. We're good. One more punch. Get fucked.
Bye!
Bunnies! No! No meat! Ah!
No more. No more meat. Look.
There you go! Good little bunny!
Stupid legs! It's just
hey,
such
thanks
a
for helping me save the
bizarre-looking
bunnies.
creature.
And for talking to my dad.
No problem, little Oli.
Bye-bye! Wave goodbye, Mr. Bun!
Where's he going?
We're separating the brains now, Rasputin. He'll be fine. Let's go inside.
Man, I can't wait to tell you about all the messed up stuff that happened.
Oh, I know a lot of it. While you were out, I poked around a bit. Tell me about this Lily person.
Oh my god. Just
And so,
immediately
that
dad
brings
shit.
us to the end.
Your
Where,
little
as you
girlfriend.
can clearly see, the personal demons causing my negative behavior have all been eradicated, leaving me sane once again. This is also corroborated
Y'all just gonna
in
let him
text
keep
scan number
working
3
here?
on page 59 of your handouts. On a personal note, I would just like to reiterate how extremely, extremely sorry I am for stealing all of your brains and trying to take over the world. Mistakes have been made.
Like, if that don't get
But
you
this
fired...
camp is all about education. And I know
God.
I, for one, learned plenty. Thanks to that guy right there. Come on up here, Raz.
We endeavor to build strong minds here, with the power to lift things,
Just have a
to
chunk of
see
titanium
things,
on his
to
back to
burn
keep him
things. But
together.
it's a
That's
special
really funny.
quality of your heart, not your mind, that truly makes a great psychonaut. This young man has it. We did not give it to him. He got it from someone else, long before he came here. But we can give him this, to honor his mind, his courage, and his heart. Son, we do not normally ask this of someone so young, but it is obvious to us all that you are not average. Will you join us, Rasputin? Will you be a psychonaut?
I feel like he needs his goggles, but he look good.
Okay, let's be perfectly clear about this. That was the best summer of my whole entire life.
Hey, the summer's not over yet. We can hang out for a couple of weeks still.
My family's out on the East Coast. Where's yours?
They move around a lot.
Well, you'd better go. Your dad's waiting for you.
Romani folks are often nomadic.
Well...
Bye.
Boy.
Children, it's an emergency. There's been another kidnapping.
I was here the whole time. You saw me.
No, this time we know who it is, and that's what scares us.
Who was kidnapped?
Truman Zanotto, the grand head of the Psychonauts.
Dad.
Sir, can you teleport this many of us back to headquarters?
Huh? What? Hey, what are you people doing in my kitchen? Now get!
Guess we're taking the jet.
So the I'm not sure I mentioned this on stream actually. I remember telling Alex about it, but
Don't worry about your dad, darling. We'll get him back.
Yes,
this is the
after
plot of
all,
the VR
we'll
game
have
that they made
Rasputin
that came
helping us.
out between this game and the proper
Now,
sequel.
how could we do this without our anti-kidnapping specialist?
I've taught you everything I can, son. Now, you go show them. Show them all.
Let's go.
Airship is cool. Now this is like exactly where the VR game starts. I think they're on this airship. I'm gonna have to come up with like a strategy for watching that playthrough, because like it's really difficult to watch someone else play a VR game. I don't know if you've ever tried to do that. I think I'm probably just gonna end up listening to it because it's giving me vertigo, dude. Like, it's making me ill trying to fucking watch that shaky cam shit. Because I'm just trying to get the plot anyway. Like, I don't really think I need to do much but glance at it every once in a while to get the point. So, alright. Yeah, that's a wonderful game, an institution. I do not see myself playing that again, but I'm glad I did it one more time before playing the sequel here in the not too distant future. I'm basically just waiting for it to go on enough of a sale and then I'll pick it up and play it at some point. I've not given too much thought as to what I'm playing next. Could be one of a few things. There might be some trial runs of a couple games happening. Like games that I'm not sure I want to play all the way through. I don't know if they're gonna click with me, but they might. Among those is, I've got Hitman 2 in my library. I don't know who gave me that. I'm pretty sure somebody gave me that. But I don't remember who. But, there's like a maybe 70% shot that game will click with me, so I'm probably gonna try playing that, seeing how it goes. I pretty seldom start streaming a game that I don't know that I want to stream till the end, but sometimes. If I do that though, I try to figure out whether or not I like it within the span of a stream so I can ditch it. I don't want anybody getting too invested and then getting mad that I abandoned a playthrough. You know, I need a trial period. You don't finish every game you fucking start either. Don't look at me like that. I can only recall doing this like less times than I can count on one hand on this stream. Kentucky Route Zero, which I actually need to pick up that game again, not streaming it, and see how it goes, because a lot of folks whose opinions on video games I respect and trust say it's excellent, and I think I just didn't give it time to get out of Midgar, so to speak, and I got bored with it as a streaming game because it's maybe not the best streaming game, but I think it's something I should play on my own. Yeah, that was when I played for like half a stream, went to take a break, came back, played something else, never addressed it again, really. That's about all I can think of in terms of stuff I bailed on, because it was just not working. back when IO was just starting production on the first Hitman, they offered you a job as their environment modeler, no shit? So do you think I'm gonna like Hitman 2? Like, what's your bet? Think I'll be into it? They weren't playing, I'm gonna guess you meant paying. They weren't paying much though, and the pay was, part of the pay was in stock options, oh. So instead you got a job as the foreman at the foundry. I mean, I guess that worked out better for you ultimately. Good thing you weren't willing to accept payment in stock options. Although that might have ultimately turned into something good, considering that became a pretty successful series. Oh. It's got a good, like, narrative angle to it, but I don't know if it's gonna be story heavy enough for me to maintain interest in it. But I don't know, it might be good. A lot of people like it. I think one of my friends gave me this, assuming, you know, that I would like it, so I wish I could remember who did it. I think it's like, god damn it. About to go take another fucking antacid. I think it could be like maybe one of 4-ish people, so I might just ask. And this was so long ago that they might not even remember either. I'm trying to remember if Auburn remembered giving me New Vegas. I think he did, just because it's like his favorite game and he probably remembers like who he gave it to. And it took me fucking 7 years to get to that, or however long after he gave it to me. So I imagine if somebody gave me this and then they felt strongly about it, they would remember that they did. Like I said, I think it's like one of 4 people. I've not had like a long list of folks who have given me games over the years. It's really just been like a few people and a couple people multiple times. I'm trying to remember what else I had in my library that I wanted to check out. There's a few games that were just slightly too similar to Disco Elysium for me to want to play them immediately after Disco Elysium, but they're not so similar that I wouldn't play them now. So I might look into that. There were a couple like noir kind of murder mystery sort of cop games, or just general murder mysteries. Few point and clicks, even though they weren't cop themed. But I'd be more open to doing something like that now. I just didn't want to go straight from Disco Elysium to playing some certainly not as good game that I would be forced to compare to Disco Elysium by virtue of playing it immediately after it. So, you know, tough act to follow principle. Give it something completely fucking different so as not to invite comparisons and overall diminish the joy of playing the new thing. Whew. Alright, it's 5:30. That's not, okay, 6.5 hours? That's about what I was expecting, actually. I think we lost Alex, but it's alright. He he basically got me through the rest of the drug lecture, and Son, you were able to pick up where he left off for the most part, so thanks for helping me talk about that. I appreciate it. I don't remember if I provided closing thoughts on all of this shit, but I'm going to continue to talk about this. There will be at least one more stream about drugs before I put this to rest and pick something else. I think I'm gonna try and go with smaller topics in the future, something I can cover in the span of one stream, ideally. I don't know. I've just been working in pharmacy and I wanted to talk about drugs. It's still fun. As it turns out. It's not gotten unfun yet. It's still fun to talk about drugs, turns out. But I'd like to talk about some things that are less straightforward science-y shit. Which I guess the next drug stream will be less so that way, although it'll have, you know, behavioral science in it with regard to addiction and how people perceive certain things and how they respond to certain things and yada yada. Good job beating this funny but terrible game. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It has some terrible segments that I'm legitimately stunned are as bad as they are. There's just no excuse for, like, this kind of game to be demanding that kind of perfection from you to get past certain little parts. Yeah, nah, it just shouldn't be like that. Anyway, I'll talk more about drugs later. It'll be, you know, talking about the perception of drugs, how people tend to use them, addiction stuff, perception, stigma, fact-checking, things like that. I feel like that would be useful to somebody, maybe. Okay. I'm starting to lose my voice and I have to pee, so I'm gonna go. So I had this Janelle Monáe track picked out because it's real trippy and good, and I'm still probably gonna play it at some point, but I recalled, like, in the middle of Meat Circus there, or whenever I did, that I wanted to play this particular song to close out the finale with, and I forgot about that, so. This is another Noname track. For anyone unfamiliar with her history as an artist, she used to be called Noname Gypsy, and she dropped that from her name around the time that it was generally being culturally and societally acknowledged, at least in America, that that's akin to a slur. I do feel that way, but not such that I simply outright will not even utter the word. I just said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but I wanted to say it for clarity because I don't otherwise have a point of reference. There's some words I won't say. I imagine you could summon a list of them in your head quite easily, but that one is not one that I simply refuse to say. Because it still gets used in non-slur contexts, especially by older people who don't realize that it's now considered offensive by a number of folks. You have a good morning too, son. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me company through that piece of shit final level. Oh my god, fuck that Meat Circus. Anyway. Oh, fuck. And with this, regard to that slur, describing Romani folks, I've also met people that, refuse to stop saying it because they're so just convinced that Romani people are horrible that they, like, they consider it somehow, playing into their grand con to not call them that. Which is obviously just more racism, so. I get it to some extent just because I've heard a lot of stories from people who have lived in Europe or visited Europe about some pretty awful shit that Romani people have done to them, admittedly. Sure, but regardless, if any group of people tells me, yo, this particular word is actually a slur for our population, I cannot think of a reason why I would continue to say that. And again, this is with regard to, like, an ethnic population, a racial population, a particular culture of people. You know, I think I've made this distinction before, but if you're just, like, a transphobe, unless I have a good reason to, I'm probably not gonna call you a TERF. Like, to me, TERF is not a slur, it's a euphemism. So, you're just a bigot, is what you are. There's nothing radical or feminist about anything you're doing. You're just a bigot. So, I don't mean, like, I'll call people whatever they want to be called necessarily, but, like, if like I said, like, an ethnic or racial or cultural group collectively comes together and says, like, hey, this word that y'all been calling us, we really don't like it, I'm not going to continue to call them that. So, anyway, all of that was to say that this song that Noname did, it was kind of considered, like, she considered her a goodbye to that part of her name, and it's just generally kind of a, I guess you could call it a funeral song, but it's still positive and uplifting and good, and yeah, I'm just gonna play it and fuck off. I have to pee, so I know I'm rambling and possibly not making too much sense, so alright, I'll be back next week, probably. What day is it? Tuesday? Next week or later this week, possibly, depending on if the moon moon? I hope the moon doesn't strike me. That sounds awful. If the mood strikes me, then I will maybe start a new game, maybe play one of the shorter ones I've got. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'm happy to have beaten this game. I appreciate you joining me for it. Through the good and the bad times that I had with it. I did my best. I have no regrets. I got that nugget bridge mentality. It's important. Sports psychology. Motherfucker. Alright, I'm gonna go. Good night. Or morning. Whatever. Have a good one. Bye.